Chapter 280. The southern divine peak towered into the clouds, and the mountain path was extremely rugged. However, under the night sky, there were still figures entering the mountain. Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi were two of them. The night was no longer an obstacle for spirit cultivators in the spirit pulse realm. The two of them quickly passed through the forest like cheetahs, constantly approaching the peak. Shua! Ling Shiqi suddenly stopped in his tracks. Delta Origi also stopped, but she did not ask. She knew that Ling Shiqi must have his reasons for doing so. Ling Shiqi said in a low voice, "There's movement." Immediately, the veins at the corner of his eyes bulged, and his eyes turned green and white. He activated Byakugan. Delta Origi looked at this pair of eyes. She had seen Ling Shiqi activate Byakugan on the last floor of the blood-colored tower, but at that time, her attention was on fusing with the blood beast, so she did not observe carefully. In Ling Shiqi's vision, he quickly discovered that there were people fighting 3 miles away. Their cultivation was at the early stage of the spirit pulse realm. 2 of them were working together to kill the other person. Ling Shiqi immediately said, "Let's go take a look. Maybe we can get some different information." With that, he directly pulled Delta Origi's wrist and sank into the ground. Delta Origi knew that Ling Shiqi had such a strange method, but it was her first time experiencing it, so she could not help but be a little surprised. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the vicinity of the battlefield. In the battle, the 2 people who worked together wore the same clothes and both used blades. The blade chi contained traces of the soft power of water, so they must be from some sect. The person who was surrounded had inferior and complicated spiritual techniques, and looked like a rogue cultivator. At this time, there were already several wounds on his body, and he was bitterly holding on. In the same realm, rogue cultivators were originally weaker than spirit cultivators. Now that he was surrounded by 2 people, if this person did not have the means to escape, he would die here sooner or later. Ling Shiqi whispered, "Those 2 people should be from the third-rate force, Horizontal Water Fortress. Are they also here for Ozu?" Delta Origi asked. "It's possible. Let's wait and see." On the other side, under the pressure of the 2 traversing water's stronghold people, the rogue cultivator had already revealed a somewhat desperate expression. One of them immediately said arrogantly, "Humph, a little rogue cultivator dares to follow us? You're courting death. Senior brother Zhan Fang, why waste your breath on him? Let's kill him and continue looking for Ozu." Zhan Fang said meaningfully, "That's true, but junior brother Healy, this person's things." Healy immediately smiled and said, "Of course senior brother Zhan Fang will choose first." That rogue cultivator was clearly not dead yet, but they were discussing how to distribute his resources, which made the rogue cultivator both shocked and angry. The rogue cultivator shouted, "You've gone too far." Zhan Fang and Healy looked at each other and laughed out loud. They did not put the rogue cultivator in their eyes at all. Following that, 2 sharp saber beams slashed out. The saber aura carried an unending intent as it was about to tear the rogue cultivator into pieces. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Or rather, a sword beam appeared first. That sword beam was like a shooting star in the dark night, easily breaking Zhan Fang and Healy's saber beams. "Who is it?" The 2 of them were shocked. Someone actually came out to cause trouble at this time. And that sword beam just now didn't seem to be very powerful, but it was able to easily shatter their saber beams. This was not simple. The person who came was most likely a middle stage or even a late stage spirit cultivator. At this moment, a figure carrying an ink-colored spirit sword slowly walked over. With every step he took, the killing intent on his body became more obvious. Furthermore, his killing intent was locked onto Zhan Fang and Healy. Zhan Fang immediately shouted, "Who are you? How dare you interfere with our horizontal water fortress?" However, before he could finish his sentence, the other party had already stabbed at him with his sword. This sword was very strange. It did not have any sword chi, sword intent, or sword beam. It was just as fast as a rainbow. What was even stranger was that the sword actually flashed with a blurry light. Following that, the sword blade pierced through Zhang Fang's throat. Instant kill with one sword. This person was naturally Lin Shiqi. The sword technique he used just now was the very ordinary startling rainbow sword style, but when he stabbed with his sword, he used two spiritual techniques at the same time. To be more precise, it was two illusions. Soul intimidation technique and heart-seizing technique. When he went to save Nine Live in Donglin County, Nine Live had controlled 3 disciples of the extreme fire manner in an instant, allowing Lin Shiqi to kill them in 2 moves. Since then, he had been wondering if he could do the same. Coincidentally, he had learned several illusions in the illusory spirit secret realm, including the soul intimidation technique and the heart-seizing technique. The soul intimidation technique was an illusion that could intimidate the soul. It could infinitely magnify the deepest fear in your heart, causing the victim to fall into a deep fear. The heart-seizing technique would make the victim think that their heart had been taken away. What would happen to a person without a heart? They would die. Therefore, the person who was hit by the heart-seizing technique would be stiff and unable to move. When Lin Shiqi stabbed with his sword, he used these 2 illusions on Zhang Fang at the same time. These 2 illusions had already been cultivated to the great perfection realm by Lin Shiqi and could be activated in an instant. In addition, Lin Shiqi's mental strength was abnormally strong. Not only did he have the spiritual illusion realm, but he had also recently absorbed the souls of several spiritual pulse realm cultivators. His mental strength was so strong that even a spiritual pulse realm cultivator in the late stage might not be comparable to him. In addition, he had already opened 9 spiritual pulses of the 5 God flowing light technique, which greatly increased the power of his illusions. In an instant, Zhang Fang was hit by 2 illusions at the same time. Therefore, Zhang Fang was killed in an instant without even using his protective spirit qi. Zhang Fang slowly fell to the ground with a frightened expression. Lin Shiqi took the opportunity to hook his mustard seed bag. Then, a light green soul that others could not see entered his body. This sudden turn of events left He Li and the rogue cultivator dumbfounded. The first to react was the rogue cultivator. He exclaimed and turned to run. However, Lin Shiqi took a few steps and placed the ink jade sword on his neck. As for He Li, he also woke up at this time. He also knew that what he had to do now was to escape. However, a bone sword stopped him. A dark-skinned girl holding a bone sword came towards him. The bone sword exuded a dense cold aura. Before it even got close, it made people feel cold all over. This cold was not caused by cold air, but the kind of cold that was similar to that of a corpse. A light blue protective spirit qi immediately appeared around He Li's body. With a slash of the spirit sword in his hand, 3 ripple-like sword rays whizzed out. Delta Origi's left hand reached out and her entire arm instantly turned gray. Immediately, white bone claws appeared and directly shattered the 3 sword rays. He Li still wanted to resist, but his body suddenly froze and his eyes dimmed. Immediately, Delta Origi's bone sword pierced his heart. Chapter 281. Delta Origi said with a little displeasure, "I can also kill him. Let's end the battle quickly." Lin Shiqi said. Just now, it was because he had used the illusion to control He Li again that he was easily stabbed to death by Delta Origi. When the rogue cultivator saw that the 2 people from the transverse water stronghold had died, he felt a wave of joy in his heart. Just now, they wanted to kill him and share his resources, but now, they were the ones who died. However, although this person was happy, he was not happy. Because his life was still in the hands of others. It was just a change of 2 people. Moreover, the 2 of them could kill the people from the transverse water stronghold in the blink of an eye. Of course, they could kill him easily. "Sir, how should I address you?" Lin Shiqi asked him in an old man's voice. "Ping Buhong." Lin Shiqi asked, "What are you doing at the southern divine peak?" "I." Ping Buhong had just opened his mouth to say something when the black jade sword on his neck emitted a faint sword qi and cut through his skin. Ping Buhong's heart trembled and he immediately dispelled what he was about to say. I'm here to kill Oziu. Lin Shiqi thought to himself, as expected. Then, he sneered, however, with your little ability, even if you meet Oziu, you're just here to die. Ping Buhong's face turned green and red, but what Lin Shiqi said was the truth, so he could only say, I still have 3 good friends. We'll split up and look for Oziu's traces. I originally wanted to follow the people from the Transverse Water Stronghold to see if I could get any useful information, but I didn't expect to be discovered by them long ago. Then you don't know where Oziu is? Lin Shiqi's tone was a little cold. Ping Buhong immediately denied it. No, following these 2 people still has some gains. They said that many people have already set up an ambush at the peak. As long as Oziu appears, they will definitely be able to capture him alive. Therefore, Oziu is definitely not at the peak right now. The Southern Spirit Peak was so big that it would be hard to find him even if he excluded the peak. Lin Shiqi knew that he wouldn't be able to get any valuable information from this Ping Buhong. At this moment, Delta Orgi said, do you know how many people are coming to kill Oziu? This. Ping Buhong paused and said, I don't know the exact number, but from what I know, there are over 100 loose cultivators, and the number is increasing every day. Just the rogue cultivators alone numbered in the hundreds. There were also people from other small factions that were not included. These people were all at the Spirit Pulse realm. Lin Shiqi and Delta Orgi's faces darkened. Their goal was to assassinate Oziu. Of course, it would be best if they could capture him alive. However, there were still so many spirit cultivators in front of them. The difficulty of this mission had already far exceeded that of a 4-star mission. Seeing that Lin Shiqi and Delta Orgi were silent, Ping Buhong whispered, then, can I go now? Sure, have a safe journey. After a few breaths of time, Lin Shiqi familiarly dealt with the 3 corpses and absorbed their remnant souls. Delta Orgi said in a deep voice, what should we do? The more we delay, the less likely we will be able to complete the mission. That's right, unless we can find Oziu first. Lin Shiqi also felt that this matter was not easy to handle. Fortunately, he still had a stupid method. You have a way. Delta Orgi understood the meaning behind Lin Shiqi's words. Lin Shiqi pointed at his eyes and said, my eyes can see the spirit energy aura within a few miles. I have seen Oziu before and know his spirit energy aura. Next, we will search area by area. As long as he is sure to be in the Southern God Peak, we will be able to find him sooner or later. It's just that the Southern God Peak is too big, and Oziu is not standing still, so this is just the stupidest method. Since the supercilious eyes had already been seen by Delta Orgi, he had nothing to hide. When Delta Orgi heard this, she stared at Lin Shiqi's eyes for a while. Your eyes are really amazing. Together with your Earth Escape technique, it is really an excellent assassination spirit technique. Although this method is a little stupid, it is the only way. I will have to trouble you. She knew that maintaining this kind of magical eye technique would definitely consume a lot of energy. Lin Shiqi shook his head indifferently. Then, like a moving radar, he opened his supercilious eyes and wandered around the Southern God Peak. However, all the way until dawn, they still had nothing to show for it. Even Lin Shiqi began to suspect that Oziu had already left the Southern God Peak. Delta Orgi also said helplessly, let's rest for a while first. Oziu has been in the Southern God Peak for so long without being discovered. He must have some concealment methods. Since you can't find him, others won't be able to find him either. Lin Shiqi closed his supercilious eyes. Even though his mental strength was incomparably strong, he still felt a little lightheaded at this moment. Just as Lin Shiqi wanted to rest for a while, the sky suddenly lit up. Following that, countless dazzling rays of light of various colors sprinkled down, bathing the entire Southern God Peak in a rainbow-colored rain. It was so beautiful that it was unforgettable. Lin Shiqi and Delta Orgi stood quietly. The light seemed to have a magical power that calmed their anxious hearts. Delta Orgi murmured, so beautiful. Yeah. Let's go to the peak and take a look. Ozu, you can't. Okay, let's go. Ling Shiqi suddenly changed his tone halfway. Just now, he almost became a steel-straight man. The two of them walked side by side. Their speed was not fast, and they met many people along the way. Basically, they were a man and a woman. However, Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi were disguised as grandfather and grandson. In the eyes of others, it was a grandfather who brought his granddaughter to broaden her horizons. The higher they went, the denser the dazzling colors in the sky. It was even a little dazzling. Moreover, those streams of light were constantly changing, like tens of thousands of white clouds forming all kinds of shapes, which made people marvel. When Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi arrived at the peak, there were already 200 to 300 people gathered here. These people were all intoxicated by the thousands of streams of light. Strangely, at this moment, the 5-god flowing light technique in Ling Shiqi's body actually began to circulate on its own. Ling Shiqi was shocked. His eyes flashed as he carefully looked at the countless colorful lights in the sky. This seemed to be similar to the scene in the illusory spirit secret realm. He vaguely guessed why Ozu would come here. There must be something related to the divine dream palace on the southern god peak. In other words, Ozu was very likely here. Thinking of this, Ling Shiqi immediately put on a wide cloak to cover the upper half of his face. Seeing his actions, Delta Origi also restrained her thoughts. Then, Ling Shiqi activated his supercilious eyes. In the next moment, he found the aura that he had been searching for a long time in the crowd. Ozu. Chapter 282. Ling Shiqi finally found Ozu's aura through the supercilious eyes. However, when he looked at Ozu, he saw a woman. A woman in her 30s or 40s with an ordinary appearance. Ling Shiqi blinked hard, afraid that he had seen wrongly. At this moment, he finally understood why no one had found Ozu in the southern god peak for such a long time. He was a young man disguised as a middle-aged woman. Who could find him? And if nothing went wrong, Ozu had always been near the peak. With his current appearance, no matter how many people were lying in ambush at the peak, it was impossible for them to think that he was Ozu. Therefore, Ling Shiqi had directly ruled out the peak area last night. If it wasn't for the strange phenomenon in the sky, he probably wouldn't have come here. Delta Origi noticed Ling Shiqi's strange behavior and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "I've found Ozu." Ling Shiqi quietly pointed at a person. Delta Origi's expression changed. She looked in the direction Ling Shiqi was pointing at, but she didn't see Ozu. She quickly realized that Ozu must have disguised his appearance, so she couldn't tell which one was Ozu. Ling Shiqi could only say, "It's that woman." Delta Origi raised her eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged woman with an ordinary appearance. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? A person's appearance can be changed, but the aura of the spiritual power in their body can't be changed. It's indeed him. You didn't expect him to disguise himself as a woman, did you?" "Yes." Delta Origi said, "And it's so delicate. Whether it's his appearance or his body shape, you can't tell that he's actually a young man." Just as they focused their attention on Ozu and were about to find an opportunity to make a move, a loud shout came from not far away, "Ozu! Where are you running to?" Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi were both shocked. Did the others also discover Ozu? However, to their surprise, Ozu also appeared on the other side. As soon as Ozu appeared, he immediately ran down the mountain. It seemed that his speed was not slow. Shwa. Among the people who were watching the phenomenon of heaven and earth, 90% of them turned their heads at the same time and swarmed out to chase after Ozu. Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi froze for a moment, but an idea immediately emerged in their minds. Luring the tiger away from the mountain. The Ozu who had just appeared was definitely fake. His appearance was to lure away all the people who were chasing after Ozu. The two of them tacitly retreated to make way for the others. In the blink of an eye, there were only a dozen people left on the mountain peak. Other than the Ling Shiqi and the Delta Origi, the other 10 or so people were all below the celestial realm. Clearly, they were here to admire the phenomenon. At this moment, many colorful flowers suddenly sprouted from the ground of the mountain peak. They looked even more beautiful against the endless stream of light in the sky. Ling Shiqi, on the other hand, was shocked. It's an illusion. His spiritual power surged, and pure spiritual power gushed out from between his brows, isolating the Delta Origi. As for the others on the mountain peak, they fell to the ground one by one. Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi did not need to communicate and fell to the ground as well. At this moment, there was only a middle-aged woman left on the mountain peak. Seeing that everyone had either left or fallen to the ground, she quickly walked to the edge of the cliff and quickly formed a seal with her hands. Following that, streams of light emitted from this person's body, and they actually intertwined with the light in the sky. The aura of this middle-aged woman continued to rise, and soon reached the peak of the first level of the spirit pulse realm. Immediately, a soft sound came from Oziu's body. His cultivation had broken through to the second level of the spirit pulse realm. Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi both noticed this. They knew that they could not delay any longer. Oziu did not know how to increase his cultivation so quickly, but the higher his cultivation, the more difficult it would be for Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi to kill him. At this moment, two figures stabbed at Oziu from the left and right. Ling Shiqi's black jade sword was wreaking havoc. The invisible meridian-piercing sword Qi and the faint blue frost sword Qi intertwined with each other, creating an unparalleled momentum. Delta Origi's 3,000 black hair turned into a head of silver hair. Her figure looked even thinner, but her cultivation aura skyrocketed. Her bone sword carried a dense aura of death as it pierced through the night sky towards Oziu. Oziu, who was absorbing the seven-colored light, did not expect that someone would ambush him at this moment. However, he never let his guard down. Oziu pointed his finger at the sky and then lightly tapped it down. Rays of seven-colored light shot down and turned into an exceptionally gorgeous seven-colored rain that enveloped the two of them. However, this exceptionally beautiful rain was filled with destructive murderous intent. Ling Shiqi did not expect Oziu to be able to borrow the seven-colored light in the sky. He instantly activated the demonic beast blood pattern armor and attached 18 demonic patterns to the black jade sword. In the next moment, over 100 different sword Qis surged out, forming a huge vortex that wiped out an unknown amount of seven-colored flowing light. On the other side, several white bone shields appeared around Delta Origi's body to protect her. After one attack failed, Oziu unsheathed his spirit sword. He was an outstanding disciple of the Thousand Illusion Sword sect. Of course, he was best at swordsmanship. And Oziu's spirit sword was also a level 5 spirit weapon. Oziu gently waved his spirit sword, and in an instant, a dazzling sword light streaked across the night sky. The sword light suddenly split into 2, and then into 4. In the blink of an eye, sword light filled the sky and sprinkled down. Ling Shiqi's eyes narrowed. He knew that most of these sword lights were just illusions, but it was this combination of real and fake that was the most troublesome. Fortunately, Ling Shiqi was also proficient in illusion techniques. His majestic mental strength continued to surge, and in his eyes, the sword light that filled the sky dissipated by more than half. He sheathed his sword and swapped it for a saber. Then, hundreds of green saber lights whizzed out and swallowed all the sword lights. Oziu frowned. He sensed that Ling Shiqi was difficult to deal with, and then turned his gaze to Delta Origi. This time, Oziu finally moved. He came with his sword in hand, and his figure was constantly changing. Every time he took a step, a 9-petaled 7-colored lotus flower would appear under his feet. In an instant, a huge lotus flower completely condensed from sword Qi suddenly appeared. Oziu pointed the tip of his sword, and the huge 7-colored lotus flower began to spin crazily. Countless 7-colored sword Qi shot out, and a layer of the ground on the peak was cut off. Such a powerful sword technique was actually used by Oziu, a spirit cultivator at the early stage of the spirit pulse realm. It was unbelievable. Lin Shiqi suddenly had a thought. If Ozu could borrow the seven-colored light, why couldn't he? Then, Lin Shiqi changed the cultivation technique in his body to the five-god flowing light technique. He immediately sensed the power of the flowing light in the sky clearly. Facing the endless lotus sword Qi, Lin Shiqi tilted his black jade sword. With a shake of his body, dozens of seven-colored illusions were scattered. Immediately, the seven-colored sword Qi that blotted out the sky and covered the earth erupted. When Ozu saw this, he exclaimed, "You are Zhuqiu." Chapter 283. The energy in Lin Shiqi's sword Qi was actually of the same origin as Ozu's lotus sword Qi. The gigantic rainbow lotus in the sky and Lin Shiqi's rainbow sword Qi devoured each other, and neither could do anything to the other. When Lin Shiqi heard Ozu say the word Zhuqiu, his heart skipped a beat. He circulated the five-god flowing light technique with all his might, and his body lit up with a faint five-colored light, confirming his identity. Ozu bathed in the seven-colored light and laughed, "Ha ha ha, Zhuqiu, you want to obtain the inheritance of my cultivation technique, but I also want to obtain your cultivation technique. This place is specially designed to cultivate the 1,000 Revolutions illusory world technique, it is my home ground." Hearing this, Lin Shiqi also realized that although he could also mobilize the seven-colored light, it was much less than Ozu's. He simulated the voice of Zhuqiu and said, "Ozu, even if you are stronger than me, it will be very difficult for you to defeat me in a short period of time. With such a big commotion here, the people you deliberately lured away will return very quickly. At that time, even if you can activate the power of the seven-colored light, you won't be able to survive the siege of hundreds of spirit cultivators." Ozu obviously realized this as well. He retracted his smile and a complicated expression flashed across his eyes. "You're right, but if it really comes to that, I'll reveal your identity. At most, we'll die together." Lin Shiqi silently gave Delta Origi a look, telling her not to act rashly. He said to Ozu, "Then why do we have to fight to the death here? Since you're here, it means that you've made other discoveries after leaving the illusory spirit realm. Why don't you share it with me? If you have any conditions, feel free to state them." Ozu muttered to himself and said, "It's not impossible to share, but you have to give me a portion of the cultivation technique you obtained first." "And who is this girl? She's already at the spirit pulse realm at such a young age, and her combat strength is also very astonishing. What is her identity?" Delta Origi raised her head and said, "Listen carefully, Ozu was waiting for the next part." Most of his attention was on the Delta Origi. At this moment, 3 blood tattoos appeared on Lin Shiqi's forehead, and a silver-white cape appeared behind him. He used the Serene Fiend blood tattoo and the Holy Silver Deer's Beast Qi battle tattoo. He held the Qing Lin saber in his hand and turned into a black and white phantom, directly arriving in front of Ozu. Ozu did not expect the Lin Shiqi to suddenly attack. He roared as if he had gone mad. With a slash of the spirit sword in his hand, the seven-colored light in the air poured down. Thousands of seven-colored sword Qi sealed off the entire peak. Even a spirit aperture realm expert would not be able to do such a thing. However, the Lin Shiqi had also attracted a lot of seven-colored light to his body. Just as the boundless sword Qi fell, the spirit saber was unsheathed. Among the sword Qi that filled the sky, a cold saber light suddenly flashed. That saber light was just a flash. It was not eye-catching at all in the dazzling seven-colored light. However, it was this inconspicuous saber light that instantly shattered all the seven-colored sword Qi. Even the streams of light were swept away. A large hole suddenly appeared in the seven-colored sky. It was as if only that saber light was allowed to exist in this world. A flash in the pan. This was the flash in the pan of Lin Shiqi's fusion of the saber drawing technique and the full moon's swift slash. With this move, the demonic beast blood tattoo armor, Beast Qi battle tattoo, and Serene Fiend blood tattoo on Lin Shiqi's body all dissipated. His body suddenly felt weak. This saber contained all his spirit power, strength, blood Qi, and spiritual power. Now, the spirit power in his body had been emptied of more than 70 to 80%. On the other side, with a ding sound, the rank 5 spirit sword in Ozu's hand was cut into two. A slender saber mark appeared on his face, almost splitting his face into two halves. Ozu's eyes seemed to have lost their spirit. For a moment, he was stunned. If it wasn't for the rank 5 spirit sword blocking for him, his head would have been separated from his body. This Suqiu was actually so strong. Even though he had mobilized the power of the heaven and earth vision, he still almost died at the hands of the other party. As an outstanding disciple of the Thousand Illusions Sword sect and the inheritance of the Divine Illusion Palace, Ozu naturally had a sense of pride. But now, Lin Shiqi smashed his arrogance to smithereens. Ozu was stunned, but someone else was not. That was Delta Origi. At first, Delta Origi was also shocked by Lin Shiqi's heaven-splitting saber strike. However, Lin Shiqi had given her too many surprises. She already had some resistance, so she quickly reacted. This was the best time to kill Ozu. Delta Origi's entire body emitted cracking sounds as if countless bones were dislocated. Then, she actually pulled out her spine from her back. She held the spine like a sword or a whip. Then, dozens of weak and boneless sword shadows pierced towards Ozu with a dense aura of death. What was even more terrifying was that those sword shadows actually emitted a faint layer of ghostly fire. Lin Shiqi's heart skipped a beat when he saw this move. The power of this sword move had already far surpassed a rank 4 spiritual skill. It was probably a rank 5 spiritual skill. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Having a heavenly origin realm master was indeed different. Ozu finally woke up. When he saw Delta Origi's attack, he immediately exclaimed, "Ghost Bone Cold Fire Sword. Who is the Blood Cloak Pavilion's Bone Devil to you?" Of course, Delta Origi wouldn't answer him. She didn't need to answer a dead person. Ozu wanted to resist, but the colorful light around him had already been swept away by Lin Shiqi. He was now an injured second-level spirit vein realm cultivator. Without a spirit sword, how could he resist Delta Origi's Ghost Bone Cold Fire Sword? At this moment, a ray of golden light shot out from the east. The sun had come out. Ozu immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He muttered, "The time has finally come. I just don't know if it's true or not." Seeing that Delta Origi's sword was about to reach him, he couldn't hesitate anymore. He gritted his teeth and jumped off the cliff. Delta Origi's sword pierced through the air. She couldn't help but frown. Ozu's actions were clearly beyond her expectations. Lin Shiqi swallowed 2 pills to recover his spirit energy in a row and quickly walked to the edge of the cliff. His white eyes suddenly revealed a look of shock. Delta Origi turned her head and asked, "What did you find?" Lin Shiqi said, "Something's wrong. I don't see Ozu's spirit energy aura. My supercilious eyes can see within a radius of 4 to 5 miles. It's impossible for him to fall so far in such a short period of time." "You mean, he disappeared?" Countless possibilities flashed through Lin Shiqi's mind. He thought that Ozu seemed to have muttered something before he jumped off the cliff, and he jumped off the cliff at sunrise. Was this all a coincidence? His eyes flashed as he said to Delta Origi, "Wait for me here." With that, Lin Shiqi also jumped off the cliff. What he didn't expect was that Delta Origi also jumped down. Chapter 284. After Lin Shiqi, Delta Origi, and Ozu all jumped off the cliff, a large group of people rushed back to the peak. These people had been lured away by Ozu from the beginning. That Ozu was very fast, and it took them some effort to catch him. However, they discovered that Ozu was a fake. That person was only wearing a human skin mask that looked exactly like Ozu's face. It was also at that moment that they all sensed the huge spiritual fluctuations coming from the peak and turned back. Unfortunately, other than a dozen people who had fallen to the ground, there was no one else on the peak. Everyone's faces were filled with the word, dumbfounded. Leng Shiqi, Delta Origi, and Ozu were already in a secret realm. After they fell off the cliff, a hole opened at the intersection of the sun's golden light and the seven-colored light. They fell into this secret realm through that hole. This secret realm was not big, only about 5 or 6 miles in radius. Looking at the sky, the secret realm's sky was surging with seven-colored light like clouds. In the center of the secret realm, there was a thatched hut, surrounded by some flowers, grass, and fruit trees. Other than that, there was nothing else. At this moment, Ozu was staring at Leng Shiqi and Delta Origi. Leng Shiqi stared at Delta Origi. In Ozu's opinion, he knew the secret here, and at the same time, he dared to jump down because he was gambling. Leng Shiqi and Ozu dared to jump? What lunatics! From Leng Shiqi's point of view, he had guessed that the southern divine peak was related to the illusory spirit's secret realm. He and Ozu both had the inheritance of the divine dream palace. Since Ozu dared to jump, he dared to jump as well. However, Delta Origi also jumped down, which really scared him out of his wits. If this secret realm could only accept people with the divine dream palace's cultivation method, Delta Origi would have been smashed to pieces. Fortunately, Delta Origi could enter this secret realm as well. As for Delta Origi, she wasn't that pretentious. She knew Leng Shiqi the best. Since he dared to jump, it meant that there wouldn't be any danger, so she jumped down as well. Therefore, she was also very puzzled. Why was Leng Shiqi staring at her like that? Thus, up until now, the three of them were in a state of confusion. Gu San was the first to make a move. She held her bone sword, and a faint ghost fire appeared on the blade. She was about to attack. However, Ozu shouted loudly, "Wait!" Ozu's throat, O's throat, was still locked, the tip of the sword, was still locked, of Ozu's throat. At this moment, Ozu suddenly snapped his fingers. Immediately, the seven-colored stream of light in the sky kept circling above his head. This place has limitless power for me to use. You are no match for me here. But, Ozu pointed at Leng Shiqi and said, he can also mobilize a portion of the power of light. Although he doesn't have as much as I do, there are two of you, so I admit that I can't kill you. However, you can't kill me either. Delta Origi snorted coldly, how do you know if you don't try? While Ozu was speaking, Leng Shiqi had been secretly observing this small secret realm. Then, he said, you're right. The power of light here far surpasses that of the outside world. Even if we use all our strength, it will be difficult to kill you. If you have something to say, just say it. Ozu smiled lightly and said, sure enough, it's easier to talk to a man. Delta Origi's face darkened, but she didn't say anything. Ozu said, what I mean is that there's no need for us to fight to the death. I still say the same thing. Why don't you and I share our cultivation methods? You came to kill me because you want my cultivation method inheritance. I can also tell you that the cultivation method I obtained is the illusory technique of 1,000 revolutions. You're also someone who obtained the inheritance of a cultivation method. If I'm not wrong, the cultivation method you obtained is also sealed. So, you should know that even if you force me, I can only give you the first level of the cultivation method at most. You can forget about getting the rest. Leng Shiqi nodded and said, that's true. What do you want? Zuoqiuyu? No, you're not Zuoqiuyu. Even your current appearance is not your true appearance. Since Leng Shiqi came to the southern god peak with the identity of Old Man Lu, he was wearing the demonic beast blood pattern armor when he fought with Ozu. Ozu used the cultivation method to determine that he was Zuoqiuyu. Now, Leng Shiqi revealed the appearance of Old Man Lu, without the cover of the armor. Naturally, he revealed that he was not Zuoqiuyu. Ozu said, I'm not interested in your true identity. Why don't we sit on a business deal? This can be considered a little sincerity from me. You want to exchange cultivation methods, right? Leng Shiqi had already guessed what Ozu was going to say. Ozu nodded and said, "That's right. You and I are both at the early stage of the spirit pulse realm. We only have the first level of the cultivation method. Our cultivation methods come from the same source. If we can verify each other, we will definitely benefit a lot." Ling Shiqi did not say anything. Ozu continued, "You can think about it first. Also, this little girl should be an assassin from the Blood Garment Pavilion." Ozu changed the topic to Delta Origi. He recognized the Delta Origi's moves on the cliff, so it was easy for him to guess her identity. "What you want is my head. I can give it to you as well." Ozu's words were shocking. He actually said such a sentence. Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi were confused. Just now, Ozu said that there was no need to fight to the death and exchange cultivation methods with Ling Shiqi. Now, he wanted to give away his head. What was Ozu selling in his gourd? Ling Shiqi suddenly thought of the Ozu who had led everyone away at the beginning. He said, "Do you want to use a disguise technique to disguise yourself? Do you think the Blood Garment Pavilion and the employer are fools?" Ozu snorted coldly and said, "The one outside is just an idiot who was controlled by my illusion technique. Look at this." He took out a dark red square box from his mustard seed bag. Ling Shiqi took it and opened it. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly. Inside the box was a head. Ozu's head. Ozu said, "Don't make a fuss. This head is not disguised in any way. You can take it to report." "If this head is real, then who are you?" Delta Origi asked coldly. "Who said he's real? I just said that there's no disguise. I'm Ozu, and the owner of this head is Ozisu. He's my twin brother." Ling Shiqi secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He said, "You've already prepared this head, haven't you? The Southern Divine Peak is in Mukon County. As everyone knows, this is the headquarters of the Blood Garment Pavilion. Those sanctimonious people from the Thousand Illusion Sword sect will definitely find assassins from the Blood Garment Pavilion to kill me." Although he did not answer directly, the meaning of his words was already very obvious. Ozu had already made all the plans before coming to the Southern Divine Peak. He had already expected that the Blood Garment Pavilion would kill him. Even if he could use the seven-colored flowing light to fight against the enemy, if the assassins from the Blood Garment Pavilion failed, there would be stronger assassins coming next time. Sooner or later, he would be killed by the assassins. Therefore, he prepared the head of his twin brother. He was good at illusions and could completely fake his death to escape. Thinking of this, Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi had to admit that Ozu was indeed ruthless and shrewd. Chapter 285. In the small secret realm, Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi fell into silence. The main purpose of their trip was to assassinate Ozu. If possible, it would be best to obtain the inheritance of his cultivation method. Now that Ozu had taken out a head that could be passed off as the real thing, they could take it to hand in their mission. As for the cultivation method, they could also exchange it with him. All of this seemed to be good. For Ozu, he had not only escaped the pursuit of the Blood Clothing Pavilion, but also obtained Ling Shiqi's cultivation method. It was killing two birds with one stone. In this way, this was really a win-win deal. However, Ling Shiqi still had a question in his heart. Your twin brother's head can be temporarily deceived, but as long as someone finds out about your brother's death, they will still suspect that you used the flower transplant technique to fake your death. A hint of hatred appeared on Ozu's face. "Do you think that my family will still be safe after I become a traitor of the Thousand Illusion Sword sect? Do you think that this head is the one that I killed my own brother? This is him, he gave it to me of his own accord." Ozu's eyes were instantly filled with countless blood vessels. His handsome face also became ferocious, and his entire body emitted an astonishing amount of hatred. Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi looked at each other. At this moment, their hearts couldn't help but fluctuate. It seemed that there was an unknown secret behind Ozu's betrayal of the sect. However, Ling Shiqi wasn't interested in these things. Since there was no flaw in this head, he accepted it. This action also meant that he agreed to Ozuyu's suggestion. Seeing this, Ozuyu slowly calmed down and said, "You can cultivate here for the next 2 or 3 months." What? 2 or 3 months? Ling Shichi and Delta Origi were shocked when they heard this. Ozuyu said, "The entrance to this small secret realm will only open when the 7-colored stream of light appears on the southern god peak and the first ray of sunlight intersects. So if you want to go out, you can only wait for the next time." This. Ling Shichi didn't know what to say. 2 or 3 months was not a long time. Moreover, he had a habit of storing a lot of food and water in his mustard seed bag. Therefore, it was not impossible for him to live here for a period of time. But the missions they accepted had a time limit. 1 month's time limit. By the time they left, the mission would have expired. Furthermore, Wu Xiang had told him not to run around randomly. It was not a big deal for him to run to the southern divine peak. After all, it was not that far away. But if he were to stay here for 2 to 3 months, he would have to endure Wu Xiang's wrath when he got out. Ling Shichi frowned and asked, "Is there no other way?" "No." Ozuyu answered firmly, "This is actually the place where one of the 3 palace masters of the Divine Illusion Palace, Thousand Chance Illusion, went into closed-door cultivation. It was a coincidence that I was able to come here. Apart from the method I just mentioned, there was no other way. Besides, the spirit power here is even denser than in the Thousand Illusion Sword sect. Especially for you, you can use the power of the flowing light here to quickly increase your cultivation. What a great opportunity this is, and you're actually not happy." With that said, Ling Shichi could only accept this fact. Moreover, as Ozuyu said, this place was indeed a treasured place for Ling Shichi to cultivate. At this moment, he finally understood that Ozuyu had spent so much effort to come here to cultivate. At the same time, he could also avoid being hunted down. It was indeed a good place. But how did Ozuyu know about this place? How did he know the way to enter the secret realm? Could this have something to do with his betrayal of the sect? Questions appeared in Ling Shichi's mind one after another. He even began to doubt the authenticity of Ozuyu falling in love with the witch of the demonic path. However, not long ago, he was still fighting to the death with Ozuyu. In the end, they were still enemies. Therefore, even if he asked, Ozuyu would not say anything. Next, Ling Shichi and Ozuyu exchanged cultivation techniques. He also obtained the first level of the illusory world art of 1,000 revolutions. Then, Ozuyu ignored them and went into the thatched hut to cultivate. Ling Shichi and Delta Origi walked to the side of the secret realm. He said, "How trustworthy do you think Ozuyu's words are?" Delta Origi replied, "It doesn't matter whether we believe the rest or not. Now that we've gotten what we want, it's enough as long as the matter of getting out is true." Ling Shichi nodded. "During this period of time, we must not let our guard down. After all, this is his home ground." In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, Ling Shichi and Ozuyu sat cross-legged facing each other. Their eyes were shining with a 7-colored light. Delta Origi was playing with a white bone dagger in boredom. Obviously, she was used to this kind of behavior from the two of them. After a long while, Ozuyu snorted. His face turned slightly pale, and his eyes returned to normal. He sighed softly and said, "Sigh, I lost again. Brother Leng is still better." Ling Shichi chuckled and said, "I only have the advantage of mental power. In terms of control of illusion, Brother O is still better." Ozuyu waved his hand and said, all right. A loss is a loss. Let's call it a day. Then we'll take our leave first." Ling Shichi then got up and returned to his hut with Delta Origi. In the past 3 months, Ling Shichi and Ozuyu had gotten to know each other through fighting. In the beginning, they were still on guard against each other. Later, as a deal, they guided each other's cultivation techniques. The two of them were both good at swordsmanship and illusion. When they had nothing to do, they would spar a little. Gradually, they felt like they had met each other earlier. Now, they would routinely spar with swordsmanship and illusion every day. However, Leng Shiqi won more than he lost. Leng Shiqi and Delta Origi could not be used as beds and blankets all day long in this secret realm. Thus, Leng Shiqi used the Hand of Earth to build 2 mud houses. These days were perhaps the most comfortable period of time for the two of them. There was no killing, no crisis, and no deception. Every day, they cultivated and sparred. When they had nothing to do, they could chat. Their days were very quiet. Fortunately, there were many fruit trees in this secret realm, so they did not have to worry about food. Since Leng Shiqi also cultivated the 1,000 Revolutions illusory world technique, he had a unique advantage in cultivating here. After consuming the 3 Revolutions spirit melting pill, just 2 days ago, his cultivation was already at the 3rd level of the spiritual pulse realm. This speed was even faster than Ozu's. Right now, Ozu was still stuck between the 2nd and 3rd level of the spiritual pulse realm. He was still troubled by opening his spiritual pulse. The main reason was that Leng Shiqi's spiritual pulse had already been opened. All he needed to do was to accumulate spiritual power. In this small secret realm, the spiritual power was already very rich. He could also absorb the 7-colored flowing light and convert it into spiritual power. That was why he had such a terrifying cultivation speed. Delta Origi's progress was also not small. Although she could not actively absorb the 7-colored flowing light, even if she passively absorbed it in this environment, her cultivation had reached the peak of the 1st level. It was a pity that Leng Shiqi had also taught her the introductory chapter of the 5-God flowing light technique, but Delta Origi could not comprehend it. She did not have the talent in illusion. However, just after Leng Shiqi and Delta Origi took a few steps, the 7-colored light in the sky above the secret realm suddenly surged like the wind and clouds. They looked at each other and saw a touch of joy in each other's eyes. The exit of the secret realm was about to open. Chapter 286. At this time, Ozu walked over. He hesitated for a moment before saying to Leng Shiqi and Delta Origi, "You must be careful when you go out. There might be experts eyeing you." Leng Shiqi raised his eyebrows. Ozu seemed to know something. He asked, "What do you mean?" Ozu sighed deeply and said, "Forget it, there's no harm in telling you this. This is about my betrayal of the sect." Ozu then told them the whole story of his betrayal of the sect. Leng Shiqi and Delta Origi were both shocked and bewildered. It turned out that ever since Ozu obtained the inheritance of the cultivation method in the illusory spirit secret realm, he had fallen into a deep vortex. The 1,000 Illusion Sword sect's ultimate skill, the 1,000 Illusion Sword Art, was a mysterious sword manual that combined swordsmanship and illusion. However, how many people in the world could be proficient in both swordsmanship and illusion at the same time? Not to mention combining the two. Hundreds of years ago, the founder of the 1,000 Illusion Sword sect, the 1,000 Illusion Sword Sovereign, was a talented person. The 1,000 Illusion Sword sect was also promoted to one of the 8 Wastelands weapon paths under his hands. However, in the past few hundred years, although the 1,000 Illusion Sword sect had produced a few experts of the Heavenly Yuan stage, none of them had been able to fully comprehend the 1,000 Illusion Sword Art. No one could practice the fundamental cultivation method of a sect, so the 1,000 Illusion Sword sect had been relying on its foundation. In the past 200 years, there had been no experts of the Heavenly Yuan stage. Now, the head of the 1,000 Illusion Sword sect was old to the point of decay. Once the current head died, the 1,000 Illusion Sword sect would no longer have any experts of the Heavenly Yuan stage. It was very likely that they would fall out of the 8 Wastelands weapon paths. Therefore, the 1,000 Illusion Sword sect urgently needed another profound cultivation method to save their ending. The cultivation method that Ozu obtained in the illusory spirit secret realm became their hope. As soon as Ozu returned to the sect, he was persuaded by a group of elders to hand over the cultivation method. Ozu could understand the difficulties of the sect, but he only had the 1st level of the 1,000 Revolutions illusory world technique. The rest was sealed in the depths of his mind. What he said was the truth, but when it fell into the ears of others, it became perfunctory. The upper echelons of the Thousand Illusions Sword sect were unhappy, but Ozu was their future hope, so it wasn't good to make things too stiff. Thus, Ozu was placed under house arrest. Every day, people came to persuade him. But one day, for some reason, Ozu had a conflict with a deacon elder who came to persuade him. He even killed 2 of the elder's disciples. Once this matter came out, it blew up. Ozu was captured on the spot and sent to the torture hall. According to him, he did make a move at that time, but he was actually controlled by someone. Some people believed what he said, but the majority of the people still didn't believe it. There were even some who suggested searching Ozu's memories and directly extracting the cultivation method. However, this method could easily cause Ozu's mental strength to collapse and directly become an idiot, thus destroying a peerless genius. What was laughable was that there were actually quite a few people who agreed with this approach. In their opinion, as long as the sect had a cultivation method, they would have a foundation, which was equivalent to having a chance to rise again. Even if he had to sacrifice a genius, it would be worth it. This matter was too important, and the upper echelons of the Thousand Illusions Sword sect argued endlessly about it. And the strange thing was, just when Ozu thought that he couldn't escape death, someone actually quietly let him go. And escorted him all the way out of the Thousand Illusions Sword sect. After that, he made his preparations and went all the way to the southern Divine Peak, where he met Ling Shichi and Delta Origi. As for the matter of him falling in love with the demonic path witch, it was purely false. Hearing this, Ling Shichi's first reaction was that there was a ghost. In the first half of this story, it was still understandable. A sect that had already begun to decline, in order to protect the position of the 8 desolate weapons path, it was indeed possible for them to interrogate their disciples about their cultivation method. However, from the fact that Ozu had suddenly killed someone and was let go, it was as if there was a pair of big hands behind all of this. In that case, the person behind Ozu's arrival at the southern Divine Peak must have known. Now that Ozu had suddenly disappeared here for 3 months, it was very likely that the other party had set up a lot of spies in the southern Divine Peak to look for Ozu. If Ling Shichi and Delta Origi suddenly appeared, it was indeed possible for them to be targeted. Ling Shichi said at this time, "We will be careful about this matter. Brother O, it's best if you don't go out casually." Ozu said, "Go out? I won't go out until I reach the Spirit Aperture Realm." Spirit Aperture Realm? Ozu actually wanted to cultivate to the Spirit Aperture Realm in one go. However, even if he cultivated in this secret realm, it would take him at least 2 or 3 years. In other words, he would have to stay in this uninhabited place for 2 or 3 years. Ling Shichi and Delta Origi couldn't help but be moved. Especially Delta Origi, she knew the pain of cultivating alone the best. At this moment, she couldn't help but admire Ozu. At this time, a crack appeared in the air of the small secret realm. Ling Shichi knew that the time had come and couldn't be delayed any longer. He cupped his fists and said, "See you later. See you later." Then, Ling Shichi brought Delta Origi into the crack. Outside. Today was the day when the southern Divine Peak appeared again, and it still attracted many people to come and watch. However, what no one noticed was that 2 figures suddenly appeared on the side of the cliff at the top of the mountain. After Ling Shichi and Delta Origi left the secret realm, Delta Origi threw out a bone whip and deeply embedded it into the mountain wall. She pulled hard, and Ling Shichi was stuck to the mountain wall. Then, Ling Shichi used the Hand of Earth, and the 2 of them disappeared into the mountain wall. Their series of actions were all discussed in advance. Their movements were very fast and very quiet, but that little bit of sound still attracted the attention of someone. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His cheeks were very old, his skin was dark, and his face was fierce. Originally, he was also admiring the light in the sky, but suddenly, his ears twitched slightly, and he immediately heard the sound on the mountain wall. Then, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed. Soon, he noticed a very faint spiritual energy fluctuation under his feet. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile, and he turned around and walked down the peak. Not long after, Leng Shiqi brought Delta Origi from underground to the mountainside of the southern divine peak and returned to the surface. Delta Origi let out a sigh of relief and said, "We're finally out." Leng Shiqi also laughed in his heart. Back then, they accepted the mission to assassinate Ozu. First, it was to give Delta Origi blood drops, and second, it was to bring her out to take a look. In the end, not only did they not obtain any blood drops, but they were also trapped for 3 months. At this time, it was raining. The originally colorless rain turned into a rainbow-colored rain under the 7-colored light. It was beautiful. This made the two of them feel a little better. However, at this moment, Leng Shiqi was shocked. He suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. It turned out that at some point in time, a huge ice hand had already fallen down with extreme cold power. Chapter 287. The giant ice palm smashed down with the power of extreme ice, turning the surrounding trees into ice sculptures in an instant. Leng Shiqi and Delta Origi were both shocked. They were at the early stage of the spirit pulse realm, but they felt as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cellar. Even the spiritual energy in their bodies was about to be frozen. The person who attacked was at least a spirit aperture realm expert. Although they were shocked, they didn't slow down. As they retreated, several bone shields appeared around Delta Origi to protect her. Leng Shiqi instantly activated his demonic beast blood rune armor and sent out 6 palm shadows. The palm shadows immediately attracted the surrounding rainbow light. Then, the 6 palm shadows merged into one and turned into a huge rainbow palm shadow. The rainbow palm shadow rose into the sky and collided with the giant ice palm. Boom! The two forces exploded. With Leng Shiqi as the center, the ground within a radius of 10 meters cracked and sank. His rainbow palm shadow had already dissipated, leaving only a thin layer of the giant ice palm, but it still smashed down. Leng Shiqi let out a low roar, and flames suddenly appeared around his feet. The flames spiraled into the air, forming a huge pillar of fire that soared into the sky. This was a spiritual technique that Leng Shiqi created over the past 3 months by combining the fire symbol technique and spirit attack, flame bombardment. Chi chi chi, the intertwining of ice and fire caused a large amount of fog. Fortunately, the giant ice palm was finally neutralized. Leng Shiqi roared, "Run!" At this time, Delta Origi's bone shields had already turned into ice shields. She directly gave up on the bone shields and turned to run without hesitation. She knew that with her strength, there was no room for her to intervene. Instead, she would be a burden to Leng Shiqi. She believed that Leng Shiqi, who could use the power of the rainbow light, would have a way to escape. As Delta Origi fled, she also crushed the pendant that she wore. You can actually use part of the world. It's really hard to imagine. A figure appeared in front of Leng Shiqi. Strangely, the raindrops from the sky disappeared automatically when they were a few inches away from him. He was the skinny and dark man who had noticed the commotion just now. "Who are you? Why do you want to kill us?" Leng Shiqi asked in a deep voice. "You've seen Ozu." Leng Shiqi was about to deny it, but the skinny and dark man said, "You don't have to deny it. You have his scent on you. Tell me where he is. If I tell you, I won't have to die." The man said, "Maybe." Tsk, Leng Shiqi sneered, but in fact, he was constantly thinking of a way to escape. "Don't tell me you're still thinking of escaping. That was just a casual attack from me. I just wanted to keep you alive," the man said casually. Then, he stretched out a finger, and a dark blue cold air condensed on his finger. No, that wasn't frigid chi, but frigid wind. Gang spirit realm. Leng Shiqi was shocked. He was facing a master of Gang spirit realm. "Put away all your thoughts and take me to Ozu. This is your only chance to survive." "Oh, that's right, there's also that little girl. She has an ice imprint on her body. With just a thought, I can instantly kill her." "Okay, I promise you." Ling Shiqi nodded with hatred. Ozu is, Ling Shiqi suddenly exclaimed, what is this? It turned out that colorful petals were falling around them quietly, and the number was increasing. The skinny and dark man also noticed these petals, and a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. But at this fleeting moment, Ling Shiqi's figure suddenly changed into hundreds of colorful phantoms. The hundreds of phantoms immediately scattered in all directions and fled madly. Seeing this scene, the skinny and dark man was shocked even though he was in Gang's spirit realm, because he couldn't tell which phantoms were real for a while. He had the ability to sense the breath, but the hundreds of phantoms all had the breath of the real one. He had never seen such a brilliant illusory skill. Humph! The skinny and dark man snorted. He pointed his finger as a sword. In an instant, endless ice sword aura flew out violently, and the area within a radius of 1,000 feet was covered by the ice sword aura. Most of Ling Shiqi's colorful phantoms were destroyed in an instant. But the rest of the phantoms were still fleeing in all directions, and they were all very fast. The skinny and dark man had not found the real one yet, and his face became ferocious. The ice sword aura burst out under his control. The horrible Gang spirit broke out, and the whole mountainside immediately became a mess. The Gang spirit destroyed the phantoms one after another. When the last one dissipated, the skinny and dark man was stunned. There was still no real one. All the phantoms were fake. At this time, the skinny and dark man suddenly remembered that when he was on the peak, he had sensed the breath of Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi underground. He immediately understood. Just now, the real one of Ling Shiqi must have drilled into the ground and escaped. The skinny and dark man was furious. He was fooled by a junior in spiritual pulse realm. Ah! A long sword flashing with cold light appeared in the skinny and dark man's hand. It was a 6th-level spiritual weapon. He stood with the sword in his hand, and his whole body burst out an amazing sword intent. Go to hell. The skinny and dark man's long sword suddenly stabbed down. Endless ice sword intent poured into the ground, and the whole underground became an ice hell, whether it was the soil or the gravel. After a few seconds, a figure in demon armor drilled out of the ground awkwardly. Of course, it was Ling Shiqi. At this moment, his back was covered in frost. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't get rid of it. Fortunately, the demonic beast blood pattern armor didn't let the coldness enter his body for the time being. The moment he drilled out of the ground, he stepped on the black mist and immediately activated the Holy Silver Deer's Beast Essence battle pattern. He turned into a black and white stream of light and fled as fast as he could. The skinny and dark man swung his sword, and a several-meter-long ice sword intent whizzed out. It directly tore through the sky and cut through space. As the ice sword intent approached, Ling Shiqi suddenly felt that death was coming. Just as he was about to use fleeting epiphyllum to fight for his life, a strange scene appeared. Suddenly, the void seemed to have frozen. Whether it was the rain, the swaying trees, or the huge ice sword intent, they all strangely stopped moving. Even the skinny and dark man didn't move. The only one who could move was Ling Shiqi. He didn't know what had happened. He only knew that now was the best time for him to escape. No, there was still one person who could move. It was a slightly fat man. He was dressed in bloody clothes and walked slowly. He stretched out a hand and clenched it. The arrogant master in Gang's spirit realm directly burst into a cloud of blood mist. My disciple is not someone trash like you can touch. Chapter 288. The killer was Ling Shiqi's cheap master, Wu Xiang. Ling Shiqi was really horrified. He was horrified by Wu Xiang's strength. The one who chased after him was a master of Gang's spirit realm. He was a master of supreme power who could establish a sect and a second-class force outside. If Ling Shiqi hadn't been able to mobilize part of the power of the colorful flowing light, he would have been killed by the ice handprint. However, Wu Xiang was able to destroy such an expert with a flip of his hand. This was the strength of a master of oneness of heaven and men realm. This was the strength of a killer of bloody underworld. While Ling Shiqi was still in shock, Wu Xiang slapped him away. Wu Xiang said in a sharp voice, "I told you not to run around, but you ran directly to South Divine Peak. What are you doing here? You're so young, but you're so scheming. You came here and hid for 3 months. Do you know how worried I was?" Ling Shiqi was a little touched when he heard this. But Wu Xiang continued, "Do you know that I went to ask for a good fortune for you, but in the end, you disappeared. I've become a joke. Don't I care about my reputation?" Ling Shiqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was touched for nothing, but it was true that Wu Xiang did save his life. But why did Wu Xiang appear here? Did he come here specifically to find me? Ling Shiqi thought to himself. But he suddenly shivered and said hurriedly, "By the way, Delta Origi is still nearby." But Wu Xiang said, "Save it. She has been taken away by Bone Demon." Bone Demon? Bone Demon, the first elder of Blood-Robed Pavilion, a master of Tianyuan realm, also came here in person. It seemed that Delta Origi was very important to Bone Demon. At this time, the power of a remnant soul poured into his body. It was the remnant soul of the master of Gang's spirit realm, which was a great supplement for Ling Shiqi. He felt comfortable in his body, and then asked with a little doubt, "Master, do you know who that person was?" "Humph, he has been avoiding using the unique skills of the sect, but he still exposed that his cultivation method is 1,000 illusory sword tactics." 1,000 illusory sword tactics. He was from 1,000 illusory sword sect. Is he the mastermind behind the scenes mentioned by Ozu? Ling Shiqi thought and couldn't help glancing at Wu Xiang. However, Wu Xiang did not pay attention to him. Following that, Wu Xiang brought Ling Shiqi and left the southern god peak. Along the way, he did not mention a single word about Ozu, which made Ling Shiqi feel a little strange. He had prepared some excuses, but now he didn't need to use them at all. Suddenly remembered what had happened in the past. When he first arrived at the Donglin County branch, he had entered the tomb of Boiwanhu. However, when he returned to the branch, the head of the Grand Pavilion, Ghost Ju, did not ask him where he had gone. Later, in the Demon Mountain Demon Use, in Demonic Demons Feng Shamo knew that he had gone to the Demon Miasma Mountain Range. However, there was a beast tide in the Demon Miasma Mountain Range, followed by the Great Demon's Tribulation, and the Imperial Beast Abode and Blood Beast sect fighting there. The Blood Robe Pavilion definitely had this information, but Feng Shamo had never asked him about the Demon Miasma Mountain Range. After he entered the illusory spirit mystic realm as Zuoqiu, everyone knew that Zuoqiu had obtained the Divine Illusion Palace's cultivation method inheritance. But whether it was Feng Shamo or Wu Xiang, or even the upper echelons of the Blood Robe Pavilion, they had never mentioned the cultivation method, including his arrival at South Divine Peak. Although he had accepted the mission to assassinate Ozu, the upper echelons of the Blood Robe Pavilion knew that both of them had the Divine Illusion Palace's cultivation method. Now that he had disappeared for 3 months, not only did his cultivation soar to the 3rd level of the Spirit Vein realm, but he could also trigger the 7-colored light here. How could Wu Xiang not see it? Shouldn't Wu Xiang ask him if he had obtained Ozu's cultivation method? Did he have some kind of opportunity? Why was it completely different from the 1,000 Illusion Sword sect that Ozu was in? After he connected all of this together, he realized one thing. The Blood Robe Pavilion seemed to have given him a lot of freedom, as if they were letting him live. He could not ask where he went. He could also not ask what he had obtained. Even Wu Xiang had never given him any powerful spiritual skills or spiritual weapons. This was completely a method of letting him live. However, this method of letting him live still allowed him to reach the 3rd level of the Spirit Vein realm at the age of 15. Ling Shiqi did not know why the upper echelons of the Blood Robe Pavilion would treat him like this, but this was a good thing for him. After all, his secrets could not withstand a strict investigation. With Wu Xiang leading the way, they returned to the Blood Robe Pavilion in 3 days. Wu Xiang did not stay idle along the way. He was nagging from beginning to end, saying that Ling Shiqi had made him lose face. This was the first time Ling Shiqi had spent so much time with Wu Xiang. Only then did he know that he was so talkative. As soon as he returned to the Blood Robe Pavilion, Ling Shiqi remembered something. He took out the head of Ozu and said, "Master, Ozu has been killed by me. However, the deadline for the mission has passed. What should I do?" The reward for assassinating Ozu was not low. Just the blood drops alone were worth 300 points. It was a pity to give up just like that. Wu Xiang took the head and casually looked at it. "It's a small matter. I'll help you arrange it." Ling Shiqi saw that Wu Xiang did not doubt the authenticity of the head and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Master. However, I want to give the blood drops for the mission to the Delta Origi." "What do you think?" Who knew that before he could finish speaking, Wu Xiang slapped Ling Shiqi on the shoulder. His shoulder vaguely made a crack sound. It was so painful that he grimaced. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask so that he would not make a fool of himself. Wu Xiang's head came over and whispered, "You're amazing. You've already made a move on that little girl. Hee, don't worry. Master will fully support you in this matter. After this matter is done, you must steal a few of Bone Demon's consummate skills for me. As far as I know, Bone Demon has already passed the Ghost Bone Cold Fire Sword to the Delta Origi. You have to find a way to get it." Ling Shiqi, this topic could not continue, so he had to change the topic. "Master, there's still something I don't understand. Last time you said that you went to ask for an opportunity. What is it?" Speaking of this matter, Wu Xiang's attitude suddenly became serious. He said, "This matter might have happened a few years later, but you and the girl Delta Origi broke through the spiritual pulse realm one after another, so it was brought forward. Your cultivation is now at the 3rd level of the spiritual pulse realm, so you're more confident." Ling Shiqi was immediately confused. However, he was keenly aware that this matter was probably related to the Blood Mist Island. "Master, what do you need me to do?" Wu Xiang said solemnly, "You need to win a bet. You must win." Chapter 289. A bet? A bet that they had to win. Ling Shiqi's heart was filled with doubts. Wu Xiang looked deeply at Ling Shiqi through the mask and said, "The sect spent hundreds of years of accumulation and countless energy to open up Blood Mist Island and nurture the 4 of you. But it's not for you to be assassins. Blood Cloth Pavilion doesn't lack assassins. It doesn't matter if the 4 of you are there or not. Each and every one of you has important responsibilities and tasks to carry out. You are the key to whether or not Blood Cloth Pavilion can break the shackles in the future. And this bet is the beginning of that matter." Ling Shiqi's eyes flashed. In the past, whether it was Feng Shamo or Guizhu, they had said that the 4 of them were the key to breaking the deadlock of Blood Cloth Pavilion. He guessed what the deadlock of Blood Cloth Pavilion was. Blood Cloth Pavilion was a sword in someone else's hand and had severely limited the development of Blood Cloth Pavilion. It could also be said that many people in Blood Cloth Pavilion were no longer satisfied with just being a sword. Feng Shamo had clearly expressed this attitude in front of Ling Shiqi. But how could they break the deadlock? What were they going to do? What could the 4 of them do with their insignificant cultivation? He didn't know anything. He couldn't even guess. Now, this matter was finally about to surface. Wu Xiang continued, "If you want to break the deadlock, the power of Blood Cloth Pavilion alone is too weak." Weak and alone. Ling Shiqi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. Blood Cloth Pavilion was one of the top forces of the 7 absolutes in the world and had 5 Sky Origin Realm experts in the sect. With this, they dominated Muqin County and intimidated the entire Thunderblaze Empire. Even in the entire continent, their prestige spread far and wide. How could such a force be called weak and isolated? Have you heard of the 6 Directions Spirit Region? Wu Xiang's question pulled Ling Shiqi back from his thoughts. Of course, he had heard of the 6 Directions Spirit Region. In the world's sect ranking, the 4 Saint Spirit Region was ranked below the 3 Great Empires. The 4 Saint Spirit Region was the holy land in the hearts of countless spirit cultivators. It was said that tens of thousands of years ago, this continent was once ruled by a mysterious race, and the human race was completely like livestock. Later on, four supreme experts were born from the human race and overthrew the rule of the mysterious race. They also passed down the spirit cultivation lineage, allowing those with talent to cultivate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It could be said that the four supreme experts had not only saved the human race, but also created the path of spirit cultivation, and were respectfully called saints. Later on, the four saints went into seclusion and left behind their respective inheritances. That was the four saints spirit region. In other words, the four sacred spirit realms had existed for more than 100,000 years. The amount of resources they possessed was simply unimaginable. However, the four sacred spirit realm had always been in a state of seclusion. Under normal circumstances, they would never appear in the outside world. However, once someone from the four saint spiritual realms appeared, their skills would shock everyone. And the six directions spiritual region that Wu Xiang spoke of was one of the four sacred spiritual regions. Leng Shiqi nodded to indicate that he understood, but why would Wu Xiang suddenly mention the six unity spiritual region? Wu Xiang said, most of the sects that can be ranked on the world's sect ranking are top-notch powers, but not all of them are like this. For example, the three great empires and the four sacred spirit realms should be called transcendent powers. This time, our Blood Robe Pavilion has reached an agreement with a transcendent power like the six directions spiritual region. And whether or not these agreements can be finalized will depend on the four of you. When Leng Shiqi heard this, he could already faintly understand. The Blood Robe Pavilion wanted to break the deadlock, but they were still not strong enough, so they boarded the big ship of the six directions spiritual region. Combined with the gambling fight that Wu Xiang mentioned, he guessed that this gambling fight should be a gambling fight between the young disciples of both sides. Leng Shiqi and the other three were seen by the Blood Robe Pavilion as the key to breaking the shackles, but words were not proof. The six directions spiritual region had to see their true abilities. This gambling fight will be carried out by the four of you, and your opponents will be the middle-aged and young disciples of the six directions spiritual region. However, according to our requirements, the disciples sent by both sides cannot be older than 16 years old. According to what I know, the six directions spiritual region sent 2 disciples at the peak of the spirit transformation realm and 2 disciples who have just entered the spirit pulse realm. Their cultivation is the same as yours. However, the six directions spiritual region's inheritance is too long, and who knows how many ancient cultivation methods and spirit skills are hidden in it. Their combat strength is definitely not ordinary. Leng Shiqi suddenly felt a sense of pressure. In the top forces of the world's sect ranking, disciples who broke through to the spirit pulse realm at the age of 25 were known as geniuses. For example, Bai Yi and Ozu were like this. However, in the six directions spiritual region, there were also 2 disciples who broke through to the spirit pulse realm before the age of 16. If this news were to be released, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. If the six directions spiritual region was like this, then what about the other 3 spiritual regions? Leng Shiqi felt that he was a frog at the bottom of a well in the past. He had been complacent because he had broken through to the spirit pulse realm early. However, now it seemed that it was nothing to the people of the 4 sacred spirit realms. In addition, the future of the Blood Robe Pavilion depended on this gambling fight, which was equivalent to putting pressure on the shoulders of Leng Shiqi and the others. How could he not feel pressure? However, you don't have to worry too much. Wu Xiang could see that Leng Shiqi was a little stressed. Although the disciples of the six directions spiritual region are not weak in cultivation and spirit skills, their combat experience is far inferior to yours. That's your biggest advantage. Leng Shiqi and the other 3 had experienced countless battles on Blood Mist Island. In terms of combat experience, they were far superior to the disciples of the six directions spiritual region who only knew how to cultivate. At this moment, Leng Shiqi felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. The gambling fight is set for 10 days later. In these few days, Master will guide you well. Wu Xiang patted Leng Shiqi's shoulder. Of course, this time, it was very light. However, When Ling Shiqi heard this, the first thought that appeared in his mind was, so I have a master. After he became Wu Xiang's disciple, the two of them had met less than 5 times. Wu Xiang had never taught him anything. Now that Wu Xiang suddenly said that he would guide him, he felt a little flattered. Especially when he thought of the Gang Spirit Realm Master of the Thousand Illusion Sword sect who chased after him. He was actually killed by Wu Xiang with one slap, which showed how powerful Wu Xiang was. With such a person guiding him, he believed that his strength could be further improved in a short period of time. In that case, his chances of winning the bet would be even greater. Wu Xiang waved his hand and said, well, you know what happened. Go back and have a rest first. Tomorrow morning, go directly to the back mountain to find me. Yes, I will leave first. Ling Shiqi said and walked to his small courtyard. However, Wu Xiang became sentimental, which was rare for him. Alas, 10 days later, it's up to you. Chapter 290. At dawn the next day, Ling Shiqi came to the back mountain of Wu Xiang Palace. Wu Xiang was already waiting here. Ling Shiqi came early because he was afraid he would be later than Wu Xiang, but he was still late. Wu Xiang said directly, next, I will suppress my cultivation to the early stage of the Spirit Pulse realm. You have to be determined to kill me and use your strongest spirit technique to kill me. If you can force me to move my body or use power beyond the early stage of the Spirit Pulse realm, you win. Ling Shiqi didn't speak. A heavy wooden spear appeared in his hand. This was the level 4 spirit tool Astral Wood Spirit Spear he bought at a high price. Holding the spear, Ling Shiqi's aura was unparalleled. The tip of his spear thrust forward, and the spear body suddenly drew a huge gray cross in the air as it rushed over. Ling Shiqi didn't test it and used the formation-breaking cross spear right away. However, Formless only extended a finger and lightly flicked it. The cross-shaped light disappeared into nothingness, and the tip of the spear was stopped by Formless' finger. Brave and unparalleled, this spear is not bad. However, you didn't have the resolve to die when you charged into the enemy's formation, nor did you have the resolve to kill me. Therefore, you are still somewhat lacking. Ling Shiqi expected the formation-breaking cross spear to be easily broken, but it was also unexpected. What he didn't expect was that Wu Xiang would be able to break through his attack so easily. Moreover, his spear was a level 4 spirit weapon, yet it couldn't even hurt Wu Xiang's finger. He could clearly feel that Wu Xiang only used the power of the early stage of the Spirit Pulse realm. But how did he do it? This wasn't just perfect control of power, it also meant that Wu Xiang's body was terrifyingly strong. Ling Shiqi's body wasn't weak, but it wasn't enough in front of Wu Xiang. Since he was already close, Ling Shiqi put away his spear and punched. A tiger phantom pounced with the power to break rivers and sink oceans. Wu Xiang directly slapped away the tiger's shadow, and the invisible inner strength that entered his body did not have any reaction. Both inside and outside. Not bad, but the overall power is not enough. This was also a problem that Ling Shiqi had discovered. He was also trying to integrate Violent Lion's Fury Forest Fist into Tiger's Wave Stomping Fist. However, he had been studying swordsmanship and illusions in the secret realm and had not had the time to study the fist art. On the contrary, Falling Blossoms and Dazzling Blossoms had already merged together. Ling Shiqi's fist didn't work, so he used another palm. The 6 palms combined into one, and a half-feet-tall palm shadow with faint flames smashed down with a loud bang. The formless palm slashed downwards, instantly splitting the 6 yang poison fire palm into 2 halves before dissipating in midair. What a vicious palm strike! You have some skills. However, it's strong on the outside and weak on the inside. Once it encounters an extremely ferocious spiritual technique, it will collapse upon contact. Ling Shiqi had yet to discover the weakness of the 6 yang poisonous fire palm that Wu Xiang had mentioned. The follow-up of this palm strike could be strengthened from this aspect. Next, Ling Shiqi used Earth Fiend Demon Claw, Violent Lion's Fury Forest Fist, and Blood Sky Finger respectively. All of them were easily broken by Wu Xiang. However, when he used Blood Sky Finger, Wu Wu Xiang muttered, "It's actually at the Great Perfection stage." He knew that Lin Shiqi had chosen this spiritual technique in the Blood Book Hall. At that time, he had also blocked Lin Shiqi there. Therefore, Wu Xiang also knew that Lin Shiqi had only used this spiritual technique for 3 months. To be able to cultivate a level 4 spiritual technique to the Great Perfection stage in 3 months, Lin Shiqi's comprehension surprised him. However, what he didn't know was that Lin Shiqi had only used a dozen breaths of time to cultivate Blood Sky Finger to the Great Perfection stage. Every time Wu Xiang broke a move, he would point out the weakness of the move. Lin Shiqi had fewer and fewer things that he could take out. Soon after, he retreated and his mental energy surged. His left hand lit up with faint starlight and then a giant ice sword nearly 2 feet long whistled out. What surprised Lin Shiqi was that Wu Xiang also formed a spiritual seal with his hand and formed an even more powerful giant flame sword. Lin Shiqi's giant ice sword melted before it even got close. In the end, it turned into a cloud of mist like a moth to a flame. Wu Xiang is also a spiritual caster. This was the first time Lin Shiqi knew of Wu Xiang's ability. He couldn't help but be surprised. Because he found that Wu Xiang's spiritual technique, physical strength, and mental power were all very strong. This was very similar to him. It was also at this moment that Lin Shiqi vaguely felt that it wasn't a coincidence that Wu Xiang took him as a disciple. But now was not the time to be distracted. He formed a series of seals and flames surrounded his body to form a giant pillar of fire that shot out. The giant flame sword collided with the pillar of fire and exploded. Waves of fire spread out and scorched the surrounding ground. When the waves of fire dissipated, Lin Shiqi was wearing a set of pitch-black demon armor. Wu Xiang carefully looked at Lin Shiqi's demonic beast blood pattern armor. He felt traces of killing intent from Lin Shiqi. He nodded and said, "Interesting. You finally have the resolve to kill me." The black jade sword was unsheathed. The sharp blade of the level 5 spirit artifact spat out a glaring sword light. Lin Shiqi's spirit and mental power quickly circulated. His aura climbed higher and higher. When his aura reached its peak, Lin Shiqi suddenly disappeared. He suddenly disappeared in front of Wu Xiang's eyes. At this moment, countless beautiful flower petals fell from the sky. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. But there was a huge killing intent hidden in these flower petals. Suddenly, the flower petals spun and shot towards Wu Xiang. It turned out that each flower petal was a sword energy. Wu Xiang murmured, "He actually pulled me into an illusion in an instant. Illusionary and real, real and fake. This move is not bad." At this moment, to Wu Xiang's surprise, 36 phantoms appeared out of thin air and surrounded him. Each phantom was a sword light that intersected with the sword energy in the air. From afar, it formed the illusion of a giant flower. In an instant, the sword light raged and the sword energy rampaged. Chaotic flowers, dazzling eyes. Combining movement, sword energy, and illusion into one. This was the true chaotic flowers, dazzling eyes. Wu Xiang finally became cautious. He formed a sword with his finger and a sharp sword, intense sword into the sky. Suddenly, countless invisible sword energy burst out and instantly destroyed all the phantoms and flower petals. But he still looked around vigilantly. He did not relax at all because he did not find Lin Shiqi's real body. The next moment, a long river of sword light broke out from the ground and stabbed at Wu Xiang's chassis. Insidious. Wu Xiang shouted in a low voice and pressed down with his palm. An invisible force pressed down, preventing Lin Shiqi's sword from moving forward. But at this moment, Lin Shiqi changed his sword for a sword. A cold sword light slashed out as if it was splitting the sky. Wu Xiang felt a chill in his crotch and his whole body trembled. Chapter 291. Inside Wu Xiang Palace, Lin Shiqi sat weakly on a chair while Wu Xiang paced back and forth with lingering fear. Not long ago, he almost lost his little brother. Ling Shiqi's flash in the pan took more than 80% of his strength, but it also allowed Wu Xiang to use strength that exceeded the early stage of the spirit pulse realm. In other words, Ling Shiqi won. However, ever since they came back, Wu Xiang had been pacing back and forth. Ling Shiqi was a little dizzy, but he couldn't say anything. After a while, Wu Xiang finally stopped and said to Ling Shiqi, "Master has nothing to teach you. As long as you can make up for the shortcomings I mentioned, you can at least beat one person." Ling Shiqi heard what he said. It seemed that this bet wasn't one-on-one, so he asked, "Master, what are the rules of the bet?" Wu Xiang replied, "It's an arena battle. Whoever stands on the arena in the end will be the winner. If it was an arena battle, then there might be a situation of 1 versus 2, or even 1 versus 3. However, before Ling Shiqi could think about it, a gray-clothed disciple appeared outside the door. "Master Wu Xiang, Delta Origi wants to see Ling Shiqi." "Delta Origi is here?" Ling Shiqi's heart skipped a beat. Wu Xiang immediately pulled Ling Shiqi and said, TSK, you're quite capable. Don't forget what Master said, get a few spirit techniques." Ling Shiqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he guessed that Delta Origi was here for the spirit techniques. After a while, Ling Shiqi brought Delta Origi back to his small courtyard. Delta Origi went straight to the point and said, "The 300 drops of blood have been given to me. I'm here to fulfill my promise." Ling Shiqi said politely, "If I hadn't accepted the mission to assassinate Ozu, causing a delay of 3 months, I'm afraid you would have already been promoted to a blood-clothed assassin. But if it weren't for this trip, I wouldn't have seen the heavenly phenomenon of the southern divine peak, and my cultivation wouldn't have advanced so quickly. You won't realize that there is such a big gap between us." At this point, Delta Origi's tone had a complicated meaning. Ling Shiqi knew that Delta Origi's competitive nature was showing again. In this trip to the southern divine peak with Delta Origi, the strength shown by Delta Origi was far inferior to that of Ling Shiqi, whether it was against Ozu or the pursuit of Gang's spirit realm. Although Delta Origi was already very strong among the same level, she knew very well that the gap between them and Ling Shiqi was huge. Unknowingly, Ling Shiqi had left her in the dust. This made her very uncomfortable. This matter had instead become the motivation for Delta Origi to cultivate even harder. Now, she was no longer curious about the colorful world outside. She just wanted to improve her strength as soon as possible. Delta Origi continued, "Before doing the mission, I promised to give you spiritual skills. But we've only done one mission, and I've already thought of a way to get the remaining blood drops, so I can only give you a 3rd-level spiritual skill as a reward." Okay. Ling Shiqi could accept it completely. He even felt that he had made a small profit. Delta Origi took out a piece of paper with the names of 4 spiritual skills written on it. "Pick one." Ling Shiqi looked at it and asked, "Why don't you just give me the secret manual of the spiritual skill?" If that was the case, he could directly use his infinite skill points to learn it. That would be a huge profit. Although Delta Origi was wearing a mask, Ling Shiqi could feel that she was rolling her eyes at him. "It's too troublesome to write them one by one. Besides, do you think I don't know that you have a photographic memory? You still want to take advantage of me?" Ling Shiqi smiled embarrassedly. Fortunately, with the mask, he didn't make a fool of himself. Then, he carefully looked at the contents of the paper. The 4 spiritual skills on it were Triple Origin Cyan Spirit Sword, Impermanent Steps, Shifting Bone Technique, and Red Poison Curse. Ling Shiqi directly eliminated the first 2. He didn't need the 3rd-level blade and movement techniques at the moment, so he could only choose between the remaining 2. The Shifting Bone Technique was a spiritual skill that could slightly change one's body shape. Ling Shiqi had a human skin mask and a voice-changing technique. If combined with the Shifting Bone Technique, he could change into many different identities. It was a practical spiritual skill that could conceal one's identity. The Red Poison Curse was a spiritual skill that was similar to a curse. The reason why Ling Shiqi wanted this spiritual skill was because his centipede curse could no longer keep up with his cultivation. Before the fourth realm of heaven, the centipede curse was still very useful. However, for spirit cultivators in the spirit pulse realm, the centipede curse was easily suppressed. For example, the black-veiled woman last time, she only used a few breaths of time to suppress the centipede curse. He believed that she would be able to expel the centipede curse from her body in no time. Therefore, Leng Shiqi also wanted a spiritual skill that could control others. But after pondering for a while, he finally chose the shifting bone technique. He wanted the red poison curse, but he currently had the ability to control illusions, so he didn't need it. Moreover, he could use his blood droplets to exchange for this kind of spiritual technique. However, the shifting bone technique was different. He often went out, so it was very important to conceal his identity. Moreover, this spiritual skill was probably related to the bone demon, so it probably couldn't be exchanged. Thus, Leng Shiqi said, "I want the shifting bone technique." Delta Origi said, "I knew you would choose this. I've already prepared it for you." As she spoke, she took out a secret manual. This spiritual skill can't be taught to outsiders, but Master said that you performed well in the Southern God Peak, so he made an exception. Huh? Leng Shiqi didn't understand what the bone demon meant by performed well. However, since it was personally instructed by the bone demon, he felt even more at ease. I just started cultivating the shifting bone technique, so I don't have any insights to give you. Of course, I don't think you need it. By the way, although I believe you won't do this, I still have to say that you can't spread it. Of course. Leng Shiqi said seriously. Then, he changed the topic. You should know about the bet. Speaking of this, Delta Origi's body tensed up. She said seriously, I know. This matter is very important. We can only win, not lose. Leng Shiqi said, you don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. The disciples of the Lyoha spiritual region have their advantages, but we also have advantages that they don't have. I understand what you're saying. This is also the method I mentioned before to obtain large amounts of blood drops. What do these two have to do with each other? Leng Shiqi couldn't help but be puzzled. Delta Origi said, of course it's related. If we win the bet, do you think we'll win for nothing? When the time comes, I'll ask the sect for blood drops. They'll definitely agree. This is indeed a method. Leng Shiqi nodded. He also wondered if he should ask for something if he won. Chapter 292. 10 days later, at the Bloodkill Hall. All the big shots of the Blood Robe Pavilion had arrived. The two pavilion elders, the pavilion leader, Hateful Blade, the vice pavilion leader, Inkfrost Ghost, and the disciplinary Grand Elder, Bone Devil, were all present. Other than them, there were Formless, Leng Shiqi, Delta Origi, Yushu, and Hengming. After so many days, Leng Shiqi finally got to see Yushu and Hengming. Yushu was still the same black-robed assassin. He was currently wearing a mask that only revealed his eyes and winking at Leng Shiqi. As for Hengming, he still had that unapproachable expression on his face. It seems like they haven't changed much, Leng Shiqi thought to himself. He had thought that Yushu would change after becoming the pavilion master's personal disciple. He thought that Yushu would look down on him, the disciple of the underworld Bloodkill Pavilion. Then, Yushu would use his powerful cultivation to slap him in the face. But that was not the case at all. The four of them had stood out from tens of thousands of people. If they didn't even have that little bit of temperament, it would be a waste. Not long after, 5 people walked into the Bloodkill Hall. The one at the front was an old man with an elegant temperament. He didn't have the slightest bit of aura, but every step he took felt like he was stepping on the pulse of heaven and earth. It was as if he had become one with heaven and earth. Behind the old man were 4 youths, 3 boys, and 1 girl. They all looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. The 4 of them looked left and right curiously, as if they rarely went out of the house. However, the cultivation bases of these 4 youths were extremely terrifying. 2 were at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, and 2 were at the spirit vein realm. They were the geniuses of the Six Directions spiritual zone, the opponents of Leng Shiqi and the others. After these people entered the Bloodkill Hall, Hateful Blade and the others stood up to welcome them. Only the two elders remained seated. Hateful Blade said, "Elder Shao, please excuse me for not going out to meet you." Elder Shao said bluntly, "We don't have much time. Let's begin." Hateful Blade didn't say anything. He used his palm as a blade and chopped down. With his palm as the center, ripples appeared in the space. Those ripples spread out, covering the entire Bloodkill Hall. Leng Shiqi was shocked to find that the surrounding scenery had suddenly changed into a grassland. He was stunned at first. Then, he rubbed the ground with his feet and realized that the grass and soil on the ground were all real. Huge waves of emotions surged in his heart. Changing space with a flip of his hand, what kind of heaven-defying ability was this? At this time, Elder Shao also looked deeply at Hateful Blade, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. Those big shots didn't have any special reaction, but the four young men and women couldn't help but exclaim. Delta Origi and the others were also shocked, but they did not show it. Elder Shao coughed lightly, and the four youths immediately restrained their expressions and calmed down. Hateful Blade said, "Let's do it here. You should be clear about the rules. Let the battle begin." As soon as Hateful Blade finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly became heavy. Yushu hugged a long blade and walked forward a few steps. He laughed and said, "My name is Yushu, Yushu from Yushu. Who wants to exchange a few blows with me?" His tone was full of frivolity, as if he didn't care about the other party at all. The four disciples of the Ryoha spiritual zone's expressions changed. Some of them even showed a trace of anger. Elder Shao frowned slightly at first, but he immediately calmed down and didn't say anything. A young man in luxurious clothes walked up. His eyes were filled with anger as he said, arrogant. "I, Shao Fu, will let you know what it means to say that there is always someone better than you." This person was one of the spirit transformation disciples of the Ryoha spiritual zone, Shao Fu. The bracelet on his right wrist flashed slightly, and a gorgeous spirit blade appeared in his hand. Leng Shiqi's eyes narrowed. He had clearly seen that Shao Fu was using a mustard seed bracelet. A mustard seed bracelet was also a storage spirit tool, but its storage space was far greater than a mustard seed bag, and it was better at hiding. However, the value of a mustard seed bracelet was far greater than a mustard seed bag. Shao Fu was only at the spirit transformation realm, but he could wear a mustard seed bracelet. From this, it could be seen that the Ryoha spiritual zone's foundation was indeed very rich. Yushu's attention was completely focused on Shao Fu's spirit blade. The handle and blade of the blade were inlaid with light blue gems, and it looked very gorgeous. Yushu said, "You also use a blade?" Sure, you can show me some moves." Shao Fu seemed to be even angrier. He didn't answer and directly attacked with his blade in anger. However, his blade aura was very ethereal. The light blue gems on the blade flickered endlessly, and then a blade light like a blue moon spilled out. This blade was stunning. Leng Shiqi couldn't help but secretly nod. Although Shao Fu's temperament wasn't very good, his strength was truly strong. This blade was actually somewhat similar to the waning moon rapid light slash he had first comprehended. However, the difference was that his waning moon rapid light slash pursued extreme sharpness, while Shao Fu's blade pursued ethereal intent. This kind of blade aura was inevitably a bit flashy. The blue moon fell, but Yushu didn't panic at all. He unsheathed his spirit blade and slashed out with a blade aura. However, his blade aura was strange and ruthless. It was like a storm that directly shattered Shao Fu's blue moon. Shao Fu's expression changed slightly. His blade aura immediately changed, becoming dignified and majestic. The two completely opposite blade auras continued to clash, and the spectators were a bit dazzled. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that overall, Shao Fu had the upper hand. Delta Origi asked Leng Shiqi, "Who do you think will win?" Leng Shiqi said, Both of them are at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, but Xiao Fu's cultivation method is clearly better than Yushu's. His spirit force is 30% stronger than Yushu's. In addition, Xiao Fu's spirit technique and spirit blade are stronger than Yushu's. If this continues, Yushu will undoubtedly lose. Then what do you mean? Yushu will win. Delta Origi didn't understand. You were the one who said Yushu was inferior to Xiao Fu, and now you're the one who said Yushu will win. Leng Shiqi whispered, I know Yushu better than you do. Just watch. In the battle, Xiao Fu continued to suppress Yushu. At this moment, Yushu was clearly at a disadvantage and even showed signs of defeat. Xiao Fu's blade emitted a faint blue light. He found a flaw in Yushu's defense and slashed down. Puchi. Xiao Fu's blade cut deeply into Yushu's shoulder. He sneered, aren't you arrogant? Try being arrogant again. Seeing this, the other three disciples of the Six Unity spiritual realm all revealed expressions of relief. However, Yushu also smiled strangely. In the next moment, a saber had appeared in his left hand at some unknown time. Immediately after, a blade aura as fast as light slashed toward Xiao Fu's throat. Chapter 293. Leng Shiqi had personally experienced Yushu's trick of exchanging injury for death. Xiao Fu's saber was stuck in Yushu's flesh, and he thought that he had won, so he lowered his guard a lot. Unfortunately, the more dangerous it was, the more dangerous it was. Yushu's sudden attack was too fast for Xiao Fu to react. Just as Yushu's blade was about to behead Xiao Fu's figure suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared beside Elder Xiao. Elder Xiao said in a low voice, Xiao Fu has lost this round. Xiao Fu was still in a state of shock. If Elder Xiao hadn't stepped in to save him, he would have been dead by now. However, he didn't understand. He was stronger than Yushu in every aspect, so how did he lose? No. If this wasn't a bet, but a fight to the death, he would already be dead. However, he still wasn't convinced. He still had a few powerful spirit techniques that he hadn't used, and he also had trump cards. These were all his methods to win. Elder Xiao's voice appeared in Xiao Fu's mind, you're the one who's really arrogant. Now do you understand how terrifying the Blood Garment Pavilion disciples are? Their cultivation methods, spirit techniques, and spirit artifacts may not be as good as yours, but they've all climbed out of a pool of blood. Their battle experience and ability to choose between life and death far exceed yours. At the same time, his voice also reached the ears of the other three people, and their expressions all became serious. Although Yushu had won, Xiao Fu's attack was very deep and almost cut off his right arm. At this moment, he used his spirit energy to seal the wound, but he didn't leave. He raised his head and said, who else? Leng Shiqi couldn't help but admire Yushu when he heard that. Yushu's taunt skill was really maxed out. As for the other three Ryoha spiritual region disciples, their serious expressions were instantly replaced by anger. They had never been looked down upon like this before. When Elder Xiao saw this, he secretly sighed in his heart. The temperament of these few disciples was still a little lacking. Wu Xiang quietly stood on his tiptoes at the side. He seemed to be in a good mood. Another youth with a jade crown on his head from the Six Directions spiritual region walked over and said, Six Directions spiritual region, Wan Ruei. You're already heavily injured. You're no match for me. Admit defeat. Yushu grinned and said, even so, I can drag you down with me. Do you believe me? Wan Ruei appeared to be calmer than Xiao Fu, but he was also quite arrogant. He shook his head and said, stubborn. I only need one move to defeat you. He wasn't careless either. His hands became as translucent as jade, and with a slap of his palms, the force of 1,000 caddies came crashing down. Wan Ruei actually wanted to use force to suppress others. Leng Shiqi also felt that Wan Ruei's choice was correct. Yushu was already heavily injured, and there was no way he could defend himself. At this moment, Yushu closed his eyes. In less than an instant, he opened them again. Both of his eyes had turned pitch black, without the slightest bit of white in them. Black gas appeared on the blade in Yushu's left hand. He slashed out without any blade energy. Wanruei thought that Yushu had given up on resisting, but this seemingly ordinary slash strangely passed through Wanruei's arms and went straight for his head. Wanruei was shocked. His hands released bursts of jade-colored spirit light. His hands suddenly doubled in size and grabbed Yushu's blade. His hands were filled with great power, and he was actually able to squeeze Yushu's blade until it cracked. However, Wanruei couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Yushu wasn't lying. He really could drag him down with him. At the same time, Wanruei's other hand slammed down and a glaring jade light surged. At this moment, Yushu had used up all his strength and no longer had the ability to resist. He could only quickly shout, "I admit defeat." Wanruei's movements paused, but Yushu laughed sinisterly. "However, you used 2 moves, ha ha ha." Wanruei's face was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. He did say that he could defeat Yushu in 1 move, but in the end, he still used 2 moves. The people watching were either the higher-ups of both sides or the genius disciples. This made him feel a little embarrassed. Yushu walked back to Ling Shiqi's side and secretly gave himself a thumbs up. Elder Mu flicked his finger and a ray of green light entered Yushu's right shoulder. The originally terrible wound quickly healed in a few breaths of time. Yushu immediately touched his wound in amazement. Then, he immediately became lively again. He actually gave Wanruei a thumbs up and then gestured down a few times. Wanruei's eyes burned with anger when he saw this. He squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. The Blood Cloak Pavilion is one of the 7 absolutes, but its disciples are acting like this. What an eye-opener. However, the people of the Blood Cloak Pavilion were unmoved. The only one who moved was Xiongming. He walked forward without saying anything. A pair of black fist blades appeared on his arms and killing intent rose in his eyes. Next was the battle between Xiongming and Wanruei. Wanruei didn't dare to underestimate any of the Blood Cloak Pavilion disciples now. He sized up Xiongming. However, he suddenly realized that Xiongming was just standing in front of him, but he had a feeling that he was going to ignore Xiongming. This very strange feeling made him feel a little uncomfortable. He said, "What is your name, sir?" Xiongming didn't answer his question. His body flashed, and his fist blades, which carried traces of demonic qi, arrived in front of Wanruei. When Wanruei saw Xiongming attack without even greeting him, he thought to himself, the people of the Blood Cloak Pavilion are all crazy. However, he didn't slow down. His hands shone with layers of jade light, and he suddenly slapped out with a magnificent aura. With a ding, Xiongming's fist blades clashed with Wanruei's jade-like hands, producing a clanging sound. Xiongming's body moved again. He constantly moved around Wanruei, constantly looking for an opening. Wanruei, on the other hand, used defense as offense. He relied on the strength of his jade-like hands to deal with all kinds of changes. Xiongming was very fast, but Wanruei was strong enough to defeat all of them. Every time they clashed, Wanruei had a slight advantage. If this continued, Xiongming would probably be exhausted and defeated. However, Ling Shiqi, Delta Origi, and Yushu weren't in a hurry. They all knew that among the 4 of them, Xiongming was the one who was best at hiding his strength. He probably had some kind of backup plan. After another attack, Xiongming was forced to retreat. This had happened several times already, and Wanruei was getting a little impatient. At that moment, an almost undetectable wisp of blood hidden in the demonic qi silently shot towards Wanruei. He only just noticed it when it was about to touch him. Ling Shiqi was slightly surprised to see that wisp of blood. It was the Line Blood Heavenly Finger. Xiongming had also cultivated the Line Blood Heavenly Finger, and judging from the speed of the wisp of blood, he had already mastered the technique. This sudden wisp of blood caught Wanruei off guard. He reached out with one hand, wanting to crush the wisp of blood. However, the most powerful thing about the line blood heavenly finger was its penetrative power. The wisp of blood pierced through his jade-like hands, but his jade-like hands had already dimmed. Wan Ruei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that a cloud of demonic qi appeared behind him, and a figure emerged from it. It was Xiong Ming. Another Xiong Ming. Chapter 294. Another Meng Ming had appeared behind Wan Ruei, but Wan Ruei didn't notice it at all. Lin Shiqi was a little stunned as well because he couldn't tell which one was the real body of the infernal underworld. His eyes under the mask turned white, and he was able to tell that the Meng Ming behind Wan Ruei was the real one. Wu Xiang muttered, Ink Frost ghostly being even taught the underworld ghost clone, Yushu learned the death intent strike, and Delta Origi learned the ghost bone ice fire sword. TSK, it seems like I'm the only one who didn't teach Ling Shiqi anything. His voice wasn't loud, but he was close to Ling Shiqi, so Ling Shiqi heard what he said. Ling Shiqi was speechless. The scene of the battle naturally fell into the eyes of the people from the 6 Unity spiritual region. They could only watch, but they could not say anything. Once they reminded Wan Ruei, it would mean that they had lost. Wan Ruei looked at the blood sky finger that had blocked a sliver of the blood sky finger, and then saw the infernal underworld stabbing towards him. Finally, he stopped defending. He took a step forward, and a powerful aura rushed toward him, blowing his hair. Yushu yelled, half-step spirit pulse realm. That's right, the aura Wan Ruei was displaying was the aura of someone who had transformed their sea of qi into a spiritual sea. He only needed to open one more spirit pulse to reach the spirit pulse realm. So Wan Ruei had been hiding something. Wan Ruei clapped his hands, and a violent wave of palm energy rushed out, shattering the Meng Ming in front of him into a cloud of black mist. Wan Ruei paused for a moment, and then he felt a chill behind him. He turned around, and the other Meng Ming behind him was surrounded by demonic qi, which condensed into 8 spider-like demonic spikes that stabbed at his vital points. Wan Ruei yelled, and his body lit up with a faint jade glow, but he was too late. The demonic qi of the Meng Ming easily tore through his jade glow, and just as it was about to kill him, Wan Ruei took out a jade stone from his mustard seed bracelet. At this moment, Elder Shao said, "We admit defeat." "Elder, I haven't lost yet." Wan Ruei held the jade stone in his hand and said unwillingly. "Enough, come here." Wan Ruei didn't dare to disobey Elder Shao's words, so he could only leave the stage. This also meant that he had lost. But he felt that he hadn't lost. "Haven't you noticed that Hengming has been trying to get you used to his attack rhythm? He did it on purpose. From the beginning to the end, all of your reactions were under the control of others, but you were completely unaware of it. I am very disappointed." Elder Shao's words entered his mind, causing his entire body to tremble. In his battle with Meng Ming, he had indeed thought that Meng Ming was the kind of person who was skilled in movement techniques and flexible in his attacks. Indeed, he had slowly figured out Hengming's tactics. Initially, he thought that he would be able to win if he played it safe. However, Tong Ming's blood heavenly finger suddenly changed. For Wan Ruei, the power of this move was not very strong, so he blocked it. But what he never expected was that the blood heavenly finger was only a means to attract his attention. It was all for the sake of unleashing the real killer move without anyone noticing, that strange shadow. Thinking of this, Wan Ruei looked at Hengming with a trace of shock. His direct combat strength was much higher than Hengming's, and he also had trump cards that he hadn't used, but he had still lost. He had lost to Hengming's battle rhythm. At this moment, Hengming's face was deathly pale, and his body was slightly swaying. However, a trace of fear appeared in Wan Ruei's heart. The Blood Robe Pavilion had won 2 battles in a row, which made the people of the 6 Directions spiritual region feel a little incredulous. Before coming, Xiao Fu and Wan Ruei had come with the mentality that they would definitely win. Although the 6 Directions spiritual region and the Blood Robe Pavilion were both on the world sect ranking, they had never really taken the disciples of the Blood Robe Pavilion seriously. In fact, they even wanted to have fun on this trip. However, Now that Xiao Fu and Wan Ruei had been defeated in a row, it was equivalent to a slap in the face. Fortunately, this was an arena battle, not a one-on-one battle. As long as the final victor was one of their people, the Six Directions spiritual region would still win. Therefore, the most important thing was still to see the battle between the Spirit Pulse Realm cultivators. After winning, Hengming didn't continue to stay like Yushu. Instead, he directly walked back. He knew that the next battle would be between the Spirit Pulse Realm cultivators, so there was no need for him to continue fighting. I'll go first. At this moment, Delta Origi's voice sounded. Then, she lightly stepped forward and stood upright. The remaining two people from the Six Directions spiritual region were a man and a woman. They discussed in low voices for a moment, and the young girl also went up to fight. This young girl didn't use any spiritual power, but she gave off a lively feeling just by standing there. She said in a crisp voice, Yun Mengxi. Delta Origi. Delta Origi? What a strange name. Yun Mengxi tilted her head slightly and muttered. Delta Origi couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her. All the bones in her body creaked, and her hair turned silver white. Her aura then skyrocketed. Then, she spun the bone sword in her hand and ignited layers of ghost fire. Netherworld chi spread out in all directions. Delta Origi didn't probe at all. She actually used such a powerful spiritual technique right from the start. Yun Mengxi's beautiful face changed slightly, but she didn't panic. Her hands flew like flowers, forming one spiritual seal after another. It was full of beauty. She was actually a spiritual caster. A spiritual caster of the Spirit Pulse realm. Spiritual casters would undergo a qualitative change after entering the four realms of the Sky realm. If they were compared to other cultivators of the same cultivation, their fighting strength would definitely be extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, dozens of wind blades suddenly appeared behind Yun Mengxi. On each wind blade, there was a strange mark that faintly flashed. The wind blades trembled slightly and emitted a weng weng sound. Then, she lightly tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and floated backwards. At the same time, the dozens of wind blades whistled out. The wind blades sliced through the air and emitted ear-piercing sounds. However, Delta Origi turned a deaf ear to them. The bone sword in her hand waved out sword shadows, shattering the wind blades one after another. Then, the ghost fire on her bone sword flourished. A faint death chi rose up and pervaded the surrounding area. She waved her arm and slashed out a glaring ghost fire sword beam. Yun Mengxi had been locking her fingers together. Around her, 3 differently colored spheres of light emerged, each releasing a different sense of power. One was as sharp as gold, one was as hot as fire, and one was as heavy as a mountain. Finally, they formed the gold, fire, and mountain imprints respectively. The mountain imprint lit up first. Immediately, a faint yellow light spread out and suppressed the death chi. Then, the gold imprint flickered incessantly. Layers of gold light shields appeared in front of Yun Mengxi, blocking Delta Origi's sword beam. Finally, the fire imprint trembled and fire arrows shot out one after another. However, Delta Origi didn't dodge. The ghost fire and the flame collided and easily destroyed all the fire arrows. While Yun Mengxi was stunned, Delta Origi had already approached her. In front of my ghost bone cold fire sword, ordinary flames don't deserve to exist. Delta Origi stabbed out. It seemed like only one stab, but in fact, she had stabbed out dozens of times in an instant. So many sword shadows overlapped, gathering an unimaginable power. Yun Mengxi's red lips slightly opened and said a strange word, "Na." Then, the 3 imprints around her began to twist rhythmically. Gradually, the 3 imprints merged into one. A terrifying wave of spiritual energy rippled out. A golden spear as heavy as Mount Tai and burning with raging flames appeared out of nowhere. Yun Mengxi actually held the spear in her hand and swept out. The surrounding 200 to 300 feet was instantly covered by a dense golden light. Waves of violent waves swept over everyone. Yushu and the other spirit transformation realm disciples turned pale and retreated. Elder Xiao and Wu Xiang both took action to protect their disciples. Ling Shiqi's eyes narrowed. Yun Mengxi's strength was indeed a little beyond his expectations. This was the true combat strength that the disciples of the Six Directions spiritual zone should have. However, he wasn't worried about Delta Origi at all. Because when the light dissipated, Delta Origi's figure was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 295. When all the light dissipated, Delta Origi's figure strangely disappeared. Yun Mengxi's heart tightened. Shortly after, wisps of willow, the wisp sword light suddenly appeared above her head, forming a sword net that descended upon her. Yun Mengxi's expression finally changed. However, an exquisite bell appeared on her wrist. She shook it lightly, and a crisp sound rang out. Layers of sound waves visible to the naked eye surged out, forming a semicircular spiritual shield. The sword net fell, and the ghost fire swords continuously cut at the spiritual shield, producing an extremely ear-piercing sound. The sound wave spiritual shield kept on twisting, but it still managed to forcibly take on the sword net. Yushu immediately shouted, "Cheating, she's cheating. There's something strange about this bell." If Yushu could see it, so could the others. When Yun Mengxi took out the bell, Ling Shiqi noticed that there was a spiritual technique sealed within the bell. In other words, the sound shield that protected Yun Mengxi just now wasn't her spiritual technique, but an ability that came with the bell. However, this couldn't be considered cheating. It could only be said that her spiritual tool was exquisite enough. At this moment, Delta Origi's figure strangely appeared beside Yun Mengxi. Just as she was about to launch a sneak attack, Yun Mengxi smiled proudly. Ling Shiqi instantly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, a circular spiritual formation instantly appeared under Yun Mengxi's feet, and countless needle-like streams of water appeared. The streams of water swept out like a storm, as if they wanted to swallow Delta Origi whole. Water countered fire. Yun Mengxi knew that Delta Origi's ghost bone-chilling fire was incomparably powerful, so she used the endless streams of water to break it. Facing so many streams of water, even Delta Origi couldn't dodge. Since she couldn't dodge, then she wouldn't dodge. A bloodline quietly appeared on Delta Origi's blade. That was the spiritual technique that came with the Seven Fiends art, Carnage Blood. As soon as the bloodline appeared, the ghost fire was instantly dyed into blood flames. Blood flames appeared in the world, and blood fiendish energy spread out. Delta Origi stabbed out with her sword, and in a split second, blood energy soared into the sky, almost wiping out all the water currents. However, there was still a lapse in concentration, and several streams of water still pierced her body. Fortunately, the impact was not great. Up until now, both Delta Origi and Yun Mengxi had used their trump cards one after another, but neither side could do anything to the other. If they continued to fight like this, they would only be able to compete in terms of spiritual power. Perhaps, Yun Mengxi's cultivation method was slightly better than Delta Origi's, but Delta Origi's cultivation was indeed at the peak of the first level of Spirit Pulse realm. Therefore, their powers were almost the same. How long would that take? Moreover, there was still a battle coming up. If they could preserve some of their spiritual energy, they might be able to exhaust a portion of their opponent's spiritual energy. At this moment, both of them had the same thought, and that was to decide the outcome of the battle with one move. Delta Origi's originally thin body suddenly became even more delicate, but her aura had already reached the second level of the Spirit Pulse realm. Blood flames rose around her body as her fighting spirit soared higher and higher. A mystical imprint appeared on Yun Mengxi's forehead, and boundless spiritual power surged continuously. She quickly formed hand seals, and every time she formed a spiritual seal, a few streams of light would gather above her head. Gradually, the shadow of a small palace appeared there. Both of them were accumulating power and waiting to attack. The first to move was still Delta Origi. Her bone sword trembled, and let out a hiss. The dense blood fiendish energy and blood flames fused together, and suddenly, a blood-colored sword light slashed out like a waterfall. Yun Mengsi pushed her hands forward, and the shadow of the palace in midair let out a pleasant sound. That sound contained an invisible power, and instantly dispersed a portion of the blood-fiendish energy. Then, the shadow of the palace bloomed with a boundless light, and a sound that didn't seem to belong to the mortal world came out. That sound seemed to come from the ancient times, and it shook the heavens and earth, suppressing everything. Delta Origi's blood-colored waterfall was actually shaken to the point that it almost dissipated from the illusory sound of the blade. Then, Delta Origi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She wasn't injured, but she spat it out on her own accord. That was her blood essence. The blood all fell onto the bone sword, and suddenly, a ferocious blood aura rose into the air. The blood-colored waterfall expanded by a large amount, and tore the shadow of the palace apart. The blood-colored waterfall didn't lose its momentum, and it slashed towards Yun Mengsi. However, an arm suddenly appeared from the shadow of the palace. It waved lightly, and the huge blood-colored waterfall instantly shattered like a bubble. Delta Origi was hit by the blood essence backlash, and she spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Her body returned to its original state, but she swayed and almost fainted. At this time, a figure held her shoulder, and she didn't fall. While Yushu shouted angrily, "Do you still want your face?" That arm clearly didn't belong to her. What Yushu said could be seen by everyone present. The power emitted by that arm had far surpassed the power of a spiritual pulse realm cultivator, and even the power of a spiritual aperture realm cultivator. That definitely wasn't Yun Mengsi's own power. If Yun Mengsi really had such power, the Blood Robe Pavilion would have just admitted defeat. What was the point of fighting? Before this, Yun Mengsi had used that bell, which was more or less acceptable. But this time, it was true that he had cheated. The 5 Sky Origin Realm cultivators of the Blood Robe Pavilion, including Wu Xiang, all took a step forward. They didn't say anything, but their meaning was obvious. Elder Shao also sighed helplessly. Yun Mengsi is a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. It's normal for her to have some tricks up her sleeve to protect her. It's just that I didn't think that she would be forced out in the middle of the battle. Why don't we call it a draw? A draw? If that arm hadn't appeared, Delta Origi would have already won. Why would they call it a draw? The people of the Blood Robe Pavilion were naturally unwilling. Pavilion Master Hateful Blade said, "You and I are both in the Sky Origin realm. Can't you see the direction of the battle?" Delta Origi won. Elder Shao shook his head and said, "That might not be the case. Yun Mengsi is also proficient in several spiritual formations, which can be activated in an instant. Even if there were no external objects to stop her, she wouldn't have lost. Therefore, a draw is the best result." Elder Shao wants to fight on paper. Hateful Blade's words had a hint of sarcasm. Elder Shao was actually feeling very bitter. They were indeed in the wrong, but if Yun Mengsi lost, their 6 Directions spiritual region would have lost 3 matches in a row. Even if they won the last match, it would be hard to explain when they returned. However, at this moment, Leng Shiqi, who was supporting Delta Origi, said something that shocked everyone. Delta Origi lost this match. What? Yushu exclaimed. Xiong Ming also looked at Leng Shiqi in surprise. Even the disciples of the 6 Directions spiritual region had expressions of disbelief. However, Leng Shiqi looked at Yun Mengsi with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Chapter 296. The reason why Leng Shiqi said this was because regardless of whether it was a draw or a win for Gu San, Yun Mengsi would still participate. Leng Shiqi didn't want her to step down. Delta Origi sensed Leng Shiqi's murderous intent and said, "I admit defeat." This, Yushu and the others looked at each other. Yun Mengsi was obviously cheating, but they couldn't say that Delta Origi would win. Therefore, it wasn't unacceptable for this battle to be considered a draw. However, Delta Origi admitted defeat, which confused Yushu and Hengming. As for Hateful Blade and the others, they remained silent. Since Delta Origi admitted defeat, they could only accept it silently. Formless crossed his arms and looked like he was waiting to watch a good show. Ling Shiqi whispered to Delta Origi, "Go and rest. Leave the rest to me." Delta Origi didn't force herself this time and nodded obediently. After Delta Origi left, Ling Shiqi's eyes turned colder and colder. He said, "I am Ling Shiqi. Please enlighten me." Yun Mengxi also thought that it would be best for her and Delta Origi to end up in a draw. She wasn't confident that she could defeat Delta Origi, but she also didn't think that she would lose. Therefore, when Delta Origi admitted defeat, she couldn't help but be stunned. What surprised her more was that Ling Shiqi made this decision for Delta Origi. Delta Origi actually did this. What was their purpose in doing this? Yun Mengxi couldn't figure it out. However, when she saw Ling Shiqi's ice-cold gaze, she felt a chill in her heart that went straight to her soul. She vaguely understood what was going on. Ling Shiqi didn't hesitate at all. He raised his right arm and 36 demonic patterns appeared. After the spiritual pulse realm, one could condense 9 demonic patterns every time they broke through a realm. The 36 demonic patterns made Ling Shiqi feel like his arm was filled with explosive power. He stretched out his 5 fingers and his palm turned into a pitch-black demonic claw. In an instant, demonic aura rose around him and a demonic claw half the height of a human formed. Earth Fiend Demonic Claw. Yun Mengxi didn't dare to be distracted. She quickly formed a hand seal, and as her spirit energy flashed, flames and golden light flashed. The demonic claw tore the flames and shattered the golden light, but it also dissipated into nothingness. Ling Shiqi was also a spirit caster, so he naturally knew the weakness of spirit casters, which was that there was a short buffer period between spirit techniques. The reason he used the Earth Fiend Demon Shadow Claw was not to injure Yun Mengxi in the first place. Instead, it was to take advantage of this momentary gap. Before the claw shadow completely dissipated, Ling Shiqi punched out. The shadow of a ferocious tiger suddenly jumped out and pounced forward. Yun Mengxi didn't expect Ling Shiqi to attack so quickly. She didn't have time to form a hand seal. Mental energy surged between her eyebrows, and a green formation suddenly appeared in front of her. Layers upon layers of green light intertwined, like the roots of a towering tree overlapping with each other. The green light blocked the shadow of the tiger, but the internal energy within it went through the green light and attacked Yun Mengxi. Yun Mengxi immediately felt a huge force coming at her, but her clothes flashed with spirit light to dissolve the internal energy. She only took a few steps back. What shocked her was that Ling Shiqi had appeared beside her without her noticing. Ling Shiqi used his palm as a knife. In an instant, hundreds of knife auras shot out, killing everything in their path. Yun Mengxi still didn't have time to form a hand seal. She spat out another word. Boom! Something strange happened. The air seemed to vibrate rhythmically, shattering the knife auras one after another. Ling Shiqi's 3 consecutive attacks didn't yield any obvious results. The other 3 disciples of the Lyoha spiritual zone smiled. Only Elder Shao frowned more and more. In fact, Ling Shiqi was also a little surprised. Yun Mengxi was proficient in the Spirit Seal style, the Spirit Incantation style, and the Spirit Formation style. She was indeed a rare genius. But she had to pay the price today. Yun Mengxi had just shattered the knife auras when another 5 bloodlines shot out. Each bloodline was condensed to the extreme and aimed at her fatal spots. This was also the Blood Heavenly Finger, but it was performed by a Spirit Pulse Level 3 cultivator. It was the Blood Heavenly Finger of the Perfection stage. Ah! Yun Mengxi suddenly screamed in the face of danger. Violent mental energy surged out. At this moment, she had no choice but to overdraw her mental energy. She didn't form a hand seal this time. Instead, the shadow of the palace appeared in the air again. But what she didn't know was that Ling Shiqi had been waiting for this moment. Ling Shiqi's eyes flickered with a strange light. One of his eyes was enough to shake people's hearts and souls. The other eye looked lifeless, but it contained the terror of life and death. He performed the soul-scaring technique and the mind-stealing technique at the same time. Originally, this level 3 illusory technique was almost useless against a spirit pulse realm cultivator like Yunmengxi. But Yunmengxi had already exhausted a lot of her mental energy in the fierce battle with the Delta Origi. Now, Leng Shiqi was forcing her to overdraw her mental energy. This way, although she could explode with powerful mental energy for a short period of time, she wouldn't be able to resist the illusory technique. The shadow of the palace above Yunmengxi's head had just taken shape, but it suddenly disappeared. Even Yunmengxi herself stood there in a daze, motionless. Leng Shiqi formed a sword with his fingers. Dozens of invisible channel unblocking sword auras shot out and pierced into Yunmengxi's body mercilessly. Not only did the channel unblocking sword auras leave wounds all over her body, but they also caused blood vessels to appear all over her body. More than half of the meridians in her body were sealed. This time, she was really in a situation where she was bound to lose. Seeing this scene, Elder Xiao sighed inwardly. However, it was already very good that Yunmengxi could hold on until now. On the other hand, the other three people had yet to recover from Yunmengxi's sudden defeat. Just a moment ago, the two of them were still fighting back and forth. Seeing that Yunmengxi was about to explode, she suddenly froze. They had all subconsciously thought that Leng Shiqi was a martial artist, so they had overlooked the possibility of an illusory technique. However, to everyone's surprise, Leng Shiqi did not stop there. His eyes suddenly shone with a terrifying murderous intent. He struck out 6 palms and the 6 palms combined into one. Instantly, a huge palm of demonic flames came crashing down. There was only one ending for a defenseless martial artist when faced with such a palm, and that was death. Elder Xiao was immediately enraged. How dare you? Just as he was about to intervene, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was Hateful Blade. Elder Xiao, the battle is not over yet. If you intervene, it will be equivalent to admitting defeat. Hateful Blade's sudden appearance shocked Elder Xiao. He said in a low voice, I admit defeat on behalf of Yunmengxi. Bang! However, Leng Shiqi's 6 solar poisonous fire palms still struck Yunmengxi's body. The boundless power of the palm and the sinister demonic flames engulfed her. Fortunately, she finally regained some consciousness at the last moment. Spiritual light flashed on her clothes continuously and blocked a portion of the power of the palm. Even so, she was still sent flying. Furthermore, the poisonous fire attacked her heart and she immediately spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The scorching flames burned her clothes and seared her hair. She was in a pitiful state. After falling to the ground, she immediately fainted. At this moment, Leng Shiqi suddenly slapped his head regretfully and said, Oh no, Elder Xiao was a little slow. I did not stop in time. Chapter 297. Elder Xiao's face was completely gloomy. He shouted in a low voice, Is the Blood Garment Pavilion trying to ruin the bet this time? The threat in his words was obvious. If Hen Dao hadn't stopped him just now, he could have saved Yunmengxi at any time. It was obvious that Hen Dao's actions were intentional. However, Hen Dao said, the disciples of the Blood Garment Pavilion have always followed the rules in the competition. Yunmengxi didn't admit defeat, so Leng Shiqi continued to attack. No matter how you look at it, we are in the right. Elder Xiao shook his head secretly. This was back to the matter of Yunmengxi being forced to use her protective trump card. The 6 Directions spiritual region was indeed in the wrong, and because of this, the Delta Origi was seriously injured. However, he was the one who brought Yunmengxi here. Now that she was in such a state, it would be difficult for him to report back. At this time, Wu Xiang cursed at Leng Shiqi, You little bastard, how dare you be so heavy-handed to a disciple of the 6 Directions spiritual region? She's a girl, why don't you know how to be gentle with her? His voice was very loud, but there was no hint of blame in his tone. Leng Shiqi also said very cooperatively, Elder Xiao, fellow disciples of the 6 Directions spiritual region, I'm not good enough and didn't stop for a moment. Please forgive me. Elder Xiao knew that the Blood Garment Pavilion was giving him a way out. He also knew that the Six Directions spiritual region and the Blood Garment Pavilion joining forces was the region master's idea. As an elder, he actually didn't have much authority. In the end, he could only use silence to cover this matter. He didn't pay any attention to Ling Shiqi. Instead, he helped Yun Mengxi up and fed her a pill. Miraculously, Yun Mengxi woke up in an instant, and the fire poison in her body was also cleansed. After Yun Mengxi woke up, the first thing she looked at was Ling Shiqi, and the expression in her eyes was unusually complicated. Ling Shiqi didn't look at Yun Mengxi. Instead, he looked at the last youth. He was the person from the Six Directions spiritual region who hadn't made a move yet. As long as they defeated him, the Blood Garment Pavilion would win. This youth had a strong physique and a resolute face. His body was full of vitality, and it was obvious that he had also cultivated a body refining technique. He walked over with a crimson spear in hand, his battle intent surging. Ling Shiqi's expression froze. He could feel that this was a formidable opponent. Six Directions spiritual region, Gongye Mingxiu. As Gongye Mingxiu stood there, his entire body seemed to have fused with the long spear. He didn't make any movements, but he gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. As Ling Shiqi had exposed many of his moves during the fight with Yun Mengxi just now, he decided to observe the situation and test Gongye Mingxiu's actual strength first. Gongye Mingxiu didn't hold back as well. He shook the spear in his hand, and there were actually traces of lightning flowing on it. After that, the lightning spear suddenly whipped over like a whip. Although this spear technique was a spear technique, there seemed to be a hint of a staff technique within it. It was extremely ferocious. Ling Shiqi took a deep breath. Using the spirit steps, he flew backward quickly, and at the same time, he unleashed a few frost sword energies to neutralize the wind generated by the spear. Bang! Gongye Mingxiu stomped on the ground with one foot, and his body shot out like a sharp arrow that had left the bow. He thrust his spear forward, and the body of the spear blossomed with a crimson light. It smashed down from the sky like a red sun, and its imposing manner was extremely shocking. Ling Shiqi didn't dodge this time. The astral wood spirit spear appeared in his hand as well. Then, his eyes widened slightly, and his entire body emitted an imposing manner of charging into enemy lines alone. Charging into enemy lines would only lead to death. He thrust his spear forward like Gongye Mingxiu, but the difference was that the tip of his spear drew out a huge cross of spirit light. The crimson sun was cut apart by the cross of spirit light, and the tips of the two spears collided with each other accurately. Instantly, an ear-piercing sound of collision was heard. Then, an invisible force spread out from the tip of the spear, and it stirred up gusts of wind. Ling Shiqi immediately felt an enormous force pass from the body of the spear to his arm, and it shook him to the point that the web between his thumb and forefinger cracked, and his arm went numb. The strength of Gongye Mingxiu's body was actually stronger than his. On the other hand, Gongye Mingxiu retreated 2 steps, and he was even more shocked in his heart. After this attack, he could feel that his body was stronger than Ling Shiqi's, and his spirit spear was better than Ling Shiqi's. His spirit techniques weren't inferior to Ling Shiqi's either. However, while he retreated 2 steps, Ling Shiqi didn't retreat. He was actually at a disadvantage in this attack. He found it hard to understand. He also somewhat understood the difficulties of Xiao Fu and Wan Ruei. However, Elder Xiao saw through the reason behind this. It was because Ling Shiqi's spear thrust was filled with the will to die, and Gongye Mingxiu had always treated this as a competition. Unknowingly, his imposing manner had already fallen to a disadvantage. Not only him, but the 3 people from before were also the same. However, Elder Xiao didn't have any intention of blaming them. He also knew that this had always been the drawback of the Ryoha spiritual region's disciples. In fact, their disciples didn't lack battle experience, and they would often spar and compete with each other. However, the Blood Clothing Pavilion's disciples had all climbed out of a sea of blood and piles of corpses. Facing such an opponent, Gongye Mingxiu and the others' biggest weakness was that they didn't have the experience of fighting with their lives on the line. When Wuxiang saw Ling Shiqi's spear, he muttered with satisfaction, "He's improved a little." After his attack failed, Gongye Mingxiu let out a low roar and began a frenzied attack. Every thrust of his spear was wide open, and the spear was filled with flames and traces of lightning. Its power was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Ling Shiqi was forced to retreat again and again. Under the sky full of spear shadows, Ling Shiqi was like a small boat in a huge wave, and could capsize at any time. Ling Shiqi naturally couldn't continue like this. Then, he unsheathed his inky jade sword, and his sword swept out like a river. Streaks of dark green sword light and spear shadows constantly clashed, and countless sparks were created. It was even more dazzling. All of a sudden, Ling Shiqi's sword style changed. It became soft and gentle like a gentle breeze brushing the willows. The two completely opposite sword styles were instantly switched in his hands, causing Gongye Mingxiu, who had already adapted to Ling Shiqi's attack rhythm, to have an unusual feeling of suffocation. However, his reaction wasn't slow either. His spear style also changed, and became like a long whip. However, Ling Shiqi's sword style changed again. Sometimes it was fierce, sometimes it was light, sometimes it was as fast as a rainbow, and sometimes it was as slow as a willow catkin. This was the great perfection of the 17 sword styles of Mount Song, and it was vividly displayed by Ling Shiqi with his 5th-level spirit sword. The constantly changing sword style made Gongye Mingxiu a little overwhelmed. Although he was also good at different spear styles, he certainly couldn't be as free and flexible as Ling Shiqi when switching between styles. Gradually, Ling Shiqi suppressed Gongye Mingxiu. Gongye Mingxiu knew that he couldn't continue like this. He swatted away Ling Shiqi's inky jade sword with his spear. Then, his expression turned serious, and he formed a mystical spirit seal with one hand. What was even stranger was that the spirit seal was actually imprinted on his own body. Immediately, blazing flames and tyrannical lightning surged around Gongye Mingxiu's body. He stood there safe and sound, like a Balrog or thunder god. Chapter 298. Gongye Mingxiu suddenly erupted with such a powerful aura, causing everyone to be slightly shocked. Xiao Fu said coldly, that Ling Shiqi can force senior brother Gongye to use the Crimson Thunder insight. He's quite capable, but that's it. Wan Ruei added, that's right. Senior brother Gongye's cultivation is comparable to the middle stage of the spiritual pulse realm. Ling Shiqi will definitely lose. Only Yun Mengxi didn't speak. She knew that Ling Shiqi could use illusions to temporarily control her, a spirit caster. It was obvious that Ling Shiqi's mental strength was extremely powerful. Moreover, he was also good at illusions. She had to be careful. Unfortunately, before Gongye Mingxiu stepped forward, she hadn't completely woken up and forgot to remind him. If she said it now, it would be considered cheating again. Ling Shiqi's mind moved, and his body was instantly covered in a set of ferocious armor that looked like a giant demon. His aura suddenly soared to the middle stage of the spiritual pulse realm. He swung the black jade sword horizontally, and 36 demonic patterns appeared. A sword ray that combined the intent of sharpness and heaviness flashed past in an instant. Other than Wuxiang and Delta Origi, everyone else showed varying degrees of surprise. Xiao Fu and Wan Ruei both widened their eyes. Ling Shiqi's current state was even stronger than Gongye Mingxiu's. They had just said that this wave was in the bag, and in the blink of an eye, such an unforeseen event had occurred. While they were shocked, they also felt ashamed to the point of being unable to show their faces. Yun Mengxi's eyes were not only filled with surprise, but also a bit of fear. If Ling Shiqi used this move during the battle with her, she would have lost long ago. Even a few Sky Origin Realm experts stared at Ling Shiqi's demonic beast blood rune armor, as if they wanted to figure it out. Old Blockhead transmitted his voice to Old Bones, "Can you see anything mysterious about it?" "Wonderful. It contains blood chi, demonic chi, and demonic chi. How did he fuse these 3 completely different types of power together? There's the aura of the Bloody Slaughter 7 Fiend art here. Did this kid change the Bloody Slaughter 7 Fiend art? Very likely. This child is truly a genius. Our decision to let him live was correct. Meng Ming clenched his fists tightly. No one knew what he was thinking. As for Yushu, his mouth was wide open and his saliva was almost flowing out. He said, "So handsome." At this moment, a hint of worry appeared in Elder Shao's eyes for the first time. On the other hand, Gongye Mingxiu was the calmest of them all, because all of his thoughts were focused on how to defeat Leng Shiqi. Gongye Mingxiu's figure moved. Intense flames and tyrannical thunderbolts soared into the sky before abruptly smashing down. Leng Shiqi swung his black jade sword, and more than 200 blue frosty sword qis surged in the sky, destroying the soaring flames and lightning. At the same time, a penetrating cold air and an incomparably hot wave of fire gushed out from his body at the same time. Ice and fire were two substances that naturally countered each other. But at this moment, in Leng Shiqi's hands, they actually fused together perfectly. The cold air and the flames intertwined together like a small tornado whistling out. In the 10 days before the battle, Leng Shiqi did not waste his time. His greatest gain was that under Wu Xiang's guidance, he was able to fuse Spirit Assault, Path of Ice and Spirit Assault, Bombardment of Flames together. It became a fire and ice tornado that was comparable to a 5th-level spiritual skill. Seeing this scene, Wu Xiang smiled proudly. When some people smiled, of course, there were also people who wanted to cry, such as Gongye Mingxiu. How could he have expected that Leng Shiqi was such a powerful spiritual caster? Although the sudden loss of the dream cloud silk had made him suspicious, he had never thought in this direction. But Gongye Mingxiu was also stimulated with a trace of ruthlessness. His body suddenly arched strangely, but it looked strangely beautiful, as if all the muscles and strength in his body had been adjusted to a perfect state. Then, the flames and lightning around his body twisted and turned, gradually forming the shape of a dragon. And the spear was the dragon's head. Gongye Mingxiu's body suddenly pounced, turning into a large dragon and red lightning, and directly collided with the fire and ice tornado. With a loud boom, huge airwaves exploded with flames, cold air, and thunderbolts. The area within a radius of dozens of meters was turned into a mess. The experts of the Blood Clothing Pavilion and Ryoha spiritual region all retreated with their disciples. The flames dissipated, and a broken dragon appeared. The dragon spat out a spear tip that shone with dense spiritual light, and it instantly pierced through Leng Shiqi's figure. We won. Oh no. The disciples of both sides had completely opposite thoughts. However, Gongye Mingxiu was stunned because he did not feel his body being pierced. In other words, the Leng Shiqi in front of him was a fake. Sure enough, Leng Shiqi's body suddenly burst like a bubble, and turned into gorgeous petals that gently fluttered. Gongye Mingxiu looked up vigilantly. Unknowingly, countless petals were sprinkling down from the sky around him. It was like a rain of petals, beautiful and magnificent. At this moment, Gongye Mingxiu was about to be intoxicated by this beautiful world of flowers, but he suddenly bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked and said in his heart, "I was almost pulled into an illusion." Then, the countless petals rapidly spun, and then shot towards Gongye Mingxiu. Each petal was actually a sword qi. However, there were real and fake sword qi, and it was impossible to guard against. Gongye Mingxiu held his spear horizontally above his head, and all the spiritual energy in his body converged on the spear. Suddenly, flames rose, and lightning flashed. He wanted to use force to break the technique. However, when his attention was completely focused on the sky, dozens of Leng Shiqi suddenly appeared, and dozens of violent sword qi engulfed Gongye Mingxiu. Gongye Mingxiu turned pale with fright. Facing the sword qi and sword qi that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, he felt a trace of the threat of death for the first time. This made him want to use his life-saving trump card, but if he did that, he would be able to resolve the current crisis, but he would also lose. At this moment, a huge palm blotted out the sky and instantly destroyed all the sword qi, and the sky was completely swept clean. It was Elder Shao. This time, Hateful Blade did not stop him. Because if Elder Shao made a move, it meant that Gongye Mingshu had lost. At the same time, it also meant that the Six Directions spiritual region had lost. Gongye Mingshu's face was gloomy. As one of the most outstanding disciples of the Six Directions spiritual region, he naturally had some pride in his heart. However, he had lost just like that, and he had lost in such a straightforward manner. What made him feel strange was that all the sword chi and sword chi, as well as the illusions, had disappeared. Where had the Ling Shiqi gone? At this moment, a voice came from beneath Gongye Mingshu's feet. Let's consider this my win. Chapter 299. 3 days later, Ling Shiqi finished refining the 9-melody spirit fusion pill given to him by the pavilion master. His cultivation had soared to the 5th level of the spiritual pulse realm. As long as his cultivation was high, the power of his spiritual skills would naturally increase. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Master Wu Xiang wants to see you. Got it. Ling Shiqi then stretched his muscles and bones. After cultivating for 3 days, his body was slightly stiff. After a short while, Ling Shiqi came to Wu Xiang's place. When Wu Xiang saw Ling Shiqi's 5th level of the spiritual pulse realm, he did not say anything. It was as if everything was within his expectations. Wu Xiang waved his hand and sprinkled a green light that enveloped the entire hall. Ling Shiqi felt that this should be some kind of isolation restriction. However, he was a little surprised that Wu Xiang Palace had to use such a method in the Blood Garment Pavilion. Then, what Wu Xiang was going to say next must be of great importance. Wu Xiang also put away his unreliable appearance and said solemnly, Ling Shiqi, what I'm going to say next is of great importance. Besides you and me, only the pavilion master knows about this. In this world, I don't want a 4th person to know about this. Ling Shiqi's heart trembled. What was it that even the 2 pavilion masters, the deputy pavilion master and the disciplinary elder could not know about it? He said solemnly, I'll keep that in mind. 3 days ago, you defeated the 6 Directions spiritual region in a battle. At the same time, the Blood Garment Pavilion also received the support of the 6 Directions spiritual region. Then, the next step of the plan can be carried out. That is the Blood Seed Plan after the Blood Fog Island Plan. Blood Seed Plan? Ling Shiqi was confused, but he did not ask any questions. Wu Xiang continued, the Blood Seed Plan was originally expected to start in a few years. However, you and Delta Origi have broken through to the spiritual pulse realm one after another and have the ability to protect yourself, so the Blood Seed Plan started in advance. This plan is also an extremely important part of changing the future of the Blood Garment Pavilion. You are the first seed. Do you still remember that I once said that the Blood Garment Pavilion didn't nurture the 4 of you to be assassins? If it was just this, it would never be able to change the situation of the Blood Garment Pavilion. Take a look at this. At this point, Wu Xiang suddenly took out a huge box from his mustard seed bag. That box was more than half a zhang long and half a zhang tall. What is this? Ling Shiqi asked curiously. Wu Xiang said, you can open it and take a look. Ling Shiqi opened the box. There was a faint musty smell, as if the things inside had been there for a long time. When he opened it, all he saw was a bunch of messy things. This included rattles, strange black rods, children's tattered clothes. There were even a few spiritual artifacts and techniques. It could be said that everything was there. However, these things were all very old. On one side of the box, there were several stacks of thick books. Some were old, some were new, and the newest one seemed to have been bound not long ago. Seeing these things, Ling Shiqi was even more confused. What are these? At this moment, Wu Xiang's voice sounded, these are all your things. Ling Shiqi said in surprise, what? My things? His mind raced. He suddenly remembered that he had no memory of this body before he was 10 years old. Could these things be related to the original owner of this body? Wu Xiang's tone changed again. To be precise, these are the things of the other you. They are also the traces of the other you being alive. The other me? Lin Shiqi seemed to have vaguely grasped something. He seemed to have experienced this scene before. He remembered. Before he entered the illusory spirit secret realm, Feng Shamo had found him and said that he would arrange a new identity for him, which was the identity of Zuoqiuyu. At that time, Feng Shamo had given him some things to hide his identity, including Zuoqiuyu's life records. He could not help but think to himself, is Wu Xiang, or the Blood Garment Pavilion, also arranging a new identity for me? From today onwards, you are not only the Blood Garment Assassin of the Blood Garment Pavilion, Lin Shiqi. You are no longer just an assassin. You will appear in the world with another identity. We call it birth. Wu Xiang's words confirmed Lin Shiqi's thoughts. He thought to himself that it was indeed so. The sect has already prepared a perfect identity for you. No matter who comes to investigate you, they will not reveal any flaws. Now, you have a choice. After you birth, it is best to join two forces. It can also be said that you are two completely different branches of the same force. That is, the Discipline Commission and the Dark Thunder Guards. Discipline Commission, Dark Thunder Guards. Lin Shiqi was shocked. Of course, he knew these two names. He had even killed Chu Xinran, who was a Dark Thunder Guard. Regardless of whether it was the Discipline Commission or the Dark Thunder Guards, they were directly under the jurisdiction of the Thunderblaze dynasty's royal family. However, they were mainly responsible for different things. The Discipline Commission was like the Thunderblaze dynasty's claws and teeth. It was responsible for handling the conflicts between the dynasty's forces and the spirit cultivator sections. Discipline meant that if they could suppress it, then they would suppress it. If they could not suppress it, then they would appease it. However, the authority of the discipline department differed greatly from province to province. For example, in the Muqin County and Donglin County, where there were top forces, the discipline commission existed in name only. This was because they did not have the ability to suppress the Blood Robe Pavilion or the Mountain Sea sect. However, in other counties, they might have monstrous authority and power. As for the people of the Discipline Commission, they had never been liked by the people of the leading sections. Even rogue cultivators looked down on them. Their reputation was extremely bad. As for the Dark Thunder Guards, they were the hidden fangs of the Thunderblaze dynasty. The fundamental purpose of the Dark Thunder Guards was to eliminate all people, things, and things that affected the stability of the dynasty. From supervising the royal family, civil and military officials, to eliminating spirit cultivators who caused trouble, they were all under their jurisdiction. For example, Bu Yuanho was secretly investigated by the Dark Thunder Guards and found evidence of him secretly manufacturing weapons, leading to the execution of Bu Yuanho's entire family. For example, the black-veiled woman that Lin Shiqi met in the illusory spirit secret realm was to investigate the 5 devil cultivators who caused trouble. No matter where the Dark Thunder Guards were, they had a lot of power. Even the lowest level Dark Thunder Guards had the right to act at their own discretion. That meant that they could ignore the laws of the Thunderblaze dynasty and directly act first and report later. Therefore, the Dark Thunder Guards were hated by the people of the dynasty. And now, Wu Xiang actually asked Lin Shiqi to choose one of them. Lin Shiqi had already vaguely guessed what the Blood Robe Pavilion wanted to do. They were clearly asking him to be a spy. However, the Discipline Commission had become enemies with the spirit cultivators of the world. The Dark Thunder Guards were hated by the various forces of the dynasty. Neither of these were good places to go. If he had to choose between the two, Lin Shiqi hesitated for a moment, but he was still more willing to choose the Dark Thunder Guards. Perhaps it was because he was used to walking in the dark that he would be more proficient in doing things in the dark. Moreover, the Dark Thunder Guards had the right to act at their own discretion, which also gave him some initiative. Thus, he said, "Disciple is willing to go to the Dark Thunder Guards." Wu Xiang nodded and said, "Yes, I will arrange this matter for you as soon as possible. Take these things back and take a good look. Be sure to memorize every word and sentence." Disciple understands. Lin Shiqi cupped his hands and said. Then, he casually opened a page of the book, but there was a name that he would never have dreamed of, Lu Xingji. Chapter 300. 3 days later, Ling Shiqi finished refining the 9-melody spirit fusion pill given to him by the pavilion master. His cultivation had soared to the 5th level of the spiritual pulse realm. As long as his cultivation was high, the power of his spiritual skills would naturally increase. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Master Wu Xiang wants to see you. Got it. Ling Shiqi then stretched his muscles and bones. After cultivating for 3 days, his body was slightly stiff. After a short while, Ling Shiqi came to Wu Xiang's place. When Wu Xiang saw Ling Shiqi's 5th level of the spiritual pulse realm, he did not say anything. It was as if everything was within his expectations. Wu Xiang waved his hand and sprinkled a green light that enveloped the entire hall. Ling Shiqi felt that this should be some kind of isolation restriction. However, he was a little surprised that Wu Xiang Palace had to use such a method in the Blood Garment Pavilion. Then, what Wu Xiang was going to say next must be of great importance. Wu Xiang also put away his unreliable appearance and said solemnly, Ling Shiqi, what I'm going to say next is of great importance. Besides you and me, only the pavilion master knows about this. In this world, I don't want a 4th person to know about this. Ling Shiqi's heart trembled. What was it that even the 2 pavilion masters, the deputy pavilion master and the disciplinary elder could not know about it? He said solemnly, I'll keep that in mind. 3 days ago, you defeated the 6 Directions spiritual region in a battle. At the same time, the Blood Garment Pavilion also received the support of the 6 Directions spiritual region. Then, the next step of the plan can be carried out. That is the Blood Seed Plan after the Blood Fog Island Plan. Blood Seed Plan? Ling Shiqi was confused, but he did not ask any questions. Wu Xiang continued, the Blood Seed Plan was originally expected to start in a few years. However, you and Delta Origi have broken through to the spiritual pulse realm one after another and have the ability to protect yourself, so the Blood Seed Plan started in advance. This plan is also an extremely important part of changing the future of the Blood Garment Pavilion. You are the first seed. Do you still remember that I once said that the Blood Garment Pavilion didn't nurture the 4 of you to be assassins? If it was just this, it would never be able to change the situation of the Blood Garment Pavilion. Take a look at this. At this point, Wu Xiang suddenly took out a huge box from his mustard seed bag. That box was more than half a zhang long and half a zhang tall. What is this? Ling Shiqi asked curiously. Wu Xiang said, you can open it and take a look. Ling Shiqi opened the box. There was a faint musty smell, as if the things inside had been there for a long time. When he opened it, all he saw was a bunch of messy things. This included rattles, strange black rods, children's tattered clothes. There were even a few spiritual artifacts and techniques. It could be said that everything was there. However, these things were all very old. On one side of the box, there were several stacks of thick books. Some were old, some were new, and the newest one seemed to have been bound not long ago. Seeing these things, Ling Shiqi was even more confused. What are these? At this time, Wu Xiang's voice sounded. These are all your things. Ling Shiqi was surprised. What? My things? His mind raced. He suddenly remembered that he had no memory of this body before he was 10 years old. Could these things be related to the original owner of this body? Wu Xiang's tone changed again. To be precise, these are the things of the other you. They are also the traces of the other you being alive. The other me? Ling Shiqi seemed to have vaguely grasped something. He seemed to have experienced this scene before. He remembered. Before he entered the illusory spirit secret realm, Feng Shamo had found him and said that he would arrange a new identity for him, which was the identity of Zuoqiuyu. At that time, Feng Shamo had given him some things to hide his identity, including Zuoqiuyu's life records. He could not help but think to himself, is Wu Xiang, or the Blood Garment Pavilion, also arranging a new identity for me? From today onwards, you are not only the Blood Garment Assassin of the Blood Garment Pavilion, Ling Shiqi. You are no longer just an assassin. You will appear in the world with another identity. We call it birth. Wu Xiang's words confirmed Lin Shiqi's thoughts. He thought to himself that it was indeed so. The sect has already prepared a perfect identity for you. No matter who comes to investigate you, they will not reveal any flaws. Now, you have a choice. After you birth, it is best to join two forces. It can also be said that you are two completely different branches of the same force. That is, the Discipline Commission and the Dark Thunder Guards. Discipline Commission, Dark Thunder Guards. Lin Shiqi was shocked. Of course, he knew these two names. He had even killed Chu Xinran, who was a Dark Thunder Guard. Regardless of whether it was the Discipline Commission or the Dark Thunder Guards, they were directly under the jurisdiction of the Thunderblaze dynasty's royal family. However, they were mainly responsible for different things. The Discipline Commission was like the claws and teeth of the Thunderblaze dynasty. It dealt with the conflicts between the dynasty's forces and the spirit cultivator sections. Discipline meant that if it could be suppressed, then it would be suppressed. If it could not be suppressed, then it would be appeased. However, the authority of the discipline department differed greatly from province to province. For example, in the Muqin County and Donglin County, where there were top forces, the Discipline Commission existed in name only. This was because they did not have the ability to suppress the Blood Robe Pavilion or the Mountain Sea sect. However, in other counties, they might have monstrous authority and power. As for the people of the Discipline Commission, they had never been liked by the people of the leading sections. Even rogue cultivators looked down on them. Their reputation was extremely bad. As for the Dark Thunder Guards, they were the hidden fangs of the Thunderblaze dynasty. The fundamental purpose of the Dark Thunder Guards was to eliminate all people, things, and things that affected the stability of the dynasty. From supervising the royal family, civil and military officials, to eliminating the spirit cultivators who caused trouble, they were all under their jurisdiction. For example, Bu Yuanho was secretly investigated by the Dark Thunder Guards and found evidence of him secretly manufacturing weapons, leading to the execution of Bu Yuanho's entire family. For example, the black-veiled woman that Lin Shiqi met in the illusory spirit secret realm was to investigate the 5 devil cultivators who caused trouble. No matter where the Dark Thunder Guards were, they had a lot of power. Even the lowest-level Dark Thunder Guards had the right to act at their own discretion. That meant that they could ignore the laws of the Thunderblaze dynasty and directly act first and report later. Therefore, the Dark Thunder Guards were hated by the people of the dynasty. And now, Wu Xiang actually asked Lin Shiqi to choose one of them. Lin Shiqi had already vaguely guessed what the Blood Robe Pavilion was going to do. They were clearly asking him to be a spy. However, the Discipline Commission was on bad terms with the spirit cultivators of the world. The Dark Thunder Guards were hated by the various forces of the dynasty. Neither of these were good places to go. If he had to choose between the two, Lin Shiqi hesitated for a moment, but he was still more willing to choose the Dark Thunder Guards. Perhaps it was because he was used to walking in the dark that he would be more proficient in doing things in the dark. Moreover, the Dark Thunder Guards had the right to act at their own discretion, which also gave him some initiative. Thus, he said, "Disciple is willing to go to the Dark Thunder Guards." Wu Xiang nodded and said, "Yes, I will arrange this for you as soon as possible. Take these things back and take a good look. Be sure to memorize every word and sentence." Disciple understands. Lin Shiqi cupped his hands and said. Then, he casually opened a page of the book, but there was a name that he would never have dreamed of, Lu Xingji. Chapter 301. At night, Lin Shiqi locked himself in a secret room in his room. He carefully read through everything about Lu Xingji. In this information, from the day Lu Xingji was born, it recorded in detail all the people and things he had come in contact with. When Lu Xingji was 12 years old, he was accepted as a disciple by a wandering spirit cultivator and went to travel around. The strange thing was, when Lin Shiqi looked at these things, he actually had a feeling that he had experienced them before. This kind of feeling actually made him shudder. He began to suspect that these things, were they things that this body had experienced before? In other words, this Lu Xingji was actually him. Ling Shiqi formed a guess in his mind. Lu Xingji was a native of this world. Before the age of 12, he grew up happily like an ordinary child. But when he was 12 years old, he was discovered to have a high cultivation talent and was thrown into the Blood Fog Island. Lu Xingji died not long after in the Blood Fog Island and was replaced by another Lu Xingji who came from another world. Which was the current Ling Shiqi. The more Ling Shiqi thought about it, the more he felt that this was very likely, and it seemed very reasonable. But Ling Shiqi thought of another illogical existence. If it was really as he guessed, and the information given by Wu Xiang was the original experience of this body, then why was there a need to prepare so well? These were originally the memories of Lu Xingji, why was there a need to prepare detailed information about what happened every day? Moreover, it was impossible for a person to remember everything that happened when they were young. This would make it seem like there were many traces left behind. This made Ling Shiqi's heart beat like a drum, and he was a little unable to confirm his initial speculation. He racked his brains for a long time, but still could not find the most reasonable explanation. In the end, he could only bury all of this in his heart and wait for the opportunity to inquire about it in the future. Next, he continued to absorb the explosive amount of information about Lu Xingji. Even with his strong mental strength, it took him until the 4th day to completely remember Lu Xingji's life. At this time, he also found a loophole in the information. That was, according to the information, Lu Xingji became a disciple of a spirit cultivator when he was 12 years old. That spirit cultivator was called Chu Hezheng, a powerful rogue cultivator in the realm of unity of heaven and man. However, Ling Shiqi did not know Chu Hezheng at all, let alone being Chu Hezheng's disciple. He should have some inheritance, right? He did not have any at all. Another point was that the information in the information was that Lu Xingji's information, which was very much at the age of his age. But since it was perfect's information, there must have been some kind of arrangement. Coincidentally, Wu Xiang had actually come looking for him at this moment. The strange thing was that Wu Xiang had actually appeared directly in his private room. He clasped his hands, clasped his clasped hands, clasped his hands clasped, disciple, Gren, asked, Shiqi's in, every word has been engraved in disciple's mind. Ling Shiqi said confidently. Very good, master will take you to a place. Shiqi said as he grabbed Ling Shiqi's arm. Ling Shiqi felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, in the next moment, the scenery around him suddenly changed, and his eyes spun. When he finally stepped on the ground, he was already in an abnormally dark room. This darkness was nothing to a spirit pulse realm cultivator, and he could see clearly with his spirit energy. He immediately saw that there was an abnormally complex spirit array in the room. At this moment, he and Shiqi were standing in the middle of the array. Shiqi waved his hand and hundreds of sparkling and translucent spirit stones fell precisely into the grooves around the array. Ling Shiqi looked at the abnormally dense spirit stones, and his heart trembled. Every spirit stone was actually a middle-grade spirit stone. Every middle-grade spirit stone's value was more than 100 times that of a normal spirit stone. Wu Xiang was throwing money away. Ling Shiqi couldn't help but ask, Master, where are we? Shiqi said proudly, this is an inter-province teleportation formation. There are only a few in the entire Thunderfire dynasty, and our Blood Garment Pavilion has one. Inter-province teleportation formation? Although Ling Shiqi didn't know how far the teleportation formation could go, he knew that they would be going to a very far place. Wu Xiang explained, next, we'll go to the place where you'll join the Dark Thunder Guards. We'll erase your identity as a member of the Blood Clothing Pavilion. We'll have to choose a place very far away from Mukon County. Hearing this, Ling Shiqi nodded lightly. Soon after, mysterious spirit arrays lit up in the array, and the two of them gradually disappeared. The 6 kingdoms of the western regions were small countries sandwiched between the Thunderfire dynasty and the Starfall dynasty. Among the 6 kingdoms, the largest was only about the size of 2 provinces in the Thunderfire dynasty. The smallest was not even half the size of a province. The reason why the 6 kingdoms still existed was because they were equivalent to a buffer zone between the Thunderfire dynasty and the Starfall dynasty. No matter which side wanted to send troops, they had to first cross the 6 kingdoms of the western regions. This way, the other side would naturally have enough time to react. The Western Desolation County was the westernmost province of the Thunderfire dynasty. It also bordered the Zhulu Kingdom and the Gaoji Kingdom of the 6 kingdoms of the western regions. Although the Western Desolation County had the word desolation in its name, it wasn't actually desolate. On the contrary, it was abnormally prosperous. Because the Thunderfire dynasty accepted all kinds of people, they didn't reject the 6 kingdoms of the western regions and even vigorously promoted all kinds of trade. Therefore, a large number of merchants from the 6 kingdoms of the western regions could be seen coming and going in the Western Desolation County. It was extraordinarily lively. On this day, 2 guests came to the capital of the Western Desolation County, Western Desolation City. One of them was a slightly plump middle-aged man. His face was very ordinary, but he had a small mustache and wore a small red round hat on his head. He looked a little funny. But absolutely no one would have thought that this funny-looking man was actually the famous Nether Blood Cloak assassin of the Blood Cloak Pavilion, Wu Xiang. So, the one beside him was naturally Ling Shiqi. But at this moment, Ling Shiqi was showing his original appearance, but also not his original appearance. According to Wu Xiang, Ling Shiqi's true appearance was too young and didn't match his cultivation. Using external objects to change one's appearance could fool ordinary people, but those true experts would still see through it. At that time, trying to cover it up would only make it more conspicuous. So, Ling Shiqi's current appearance was because he had taken a strange pill similar to hormones, which caused his body to develop ahead of time. He also grew a mustache and looked like a strong man around 30 years old. The 2 of them had directly crossed several provinces and counties from the Mukan County to the Western Desolation County through the interprovince transportation formation. As it turned out, Wu Xiang wanted Ling Shiqi to join the Dark Thunder Guards of the Western Desolation County. And the reason why he was able to arrange for Ling Shiqi to join was because he had a close relationship with the inspector of the Dark Thunder Guards of the Western Desolation County. No, to be more precise, Lu Xingji's master, Chu Hezheng, had a close relationship with the inspector of the Western Desolation County, Yu Ruifeng. Wu Xiang was Chu Hezheng. Chapter 302. The Western Wilderness City was a city with a large flow of people, and people from the western regions could be seen everywhere. However, there was a very wide but desolate street in the Western Wilderness City. The reason was that the Dark Thunder Mansion was located in this street. This was the headquarters of the Dark Thunder Guards in the Western Wilderness Prefecture. The Dark Thunder Guards were notorious in the imperial court. Many high officials and nobles avoided them, so this street was deserted. Ling Shiqi followed Wu Xiang to the gate of the Dark Thunder Mansion. Wu Xiang handed over a name card, and soon a group of 5 people came out to welcome them. The leader was an old man with sharp eyes. He was not young, but there was still a trace of sharpness in his body. He was the inspector of the Dark Thunder Guards in the Western Wilderness Prefecture, Yu Ruifeng, who had the cultivation of oneness of heaven and men. He was responsible for patrolling the entire Western Wilderness Prefecture, and was a real figure with real power. The 4 people behind him were also in Gang Spirit Realm. They were the inspectors in charge of monitoring the Western Wilderness Prefecture. Yu Ruifeng greeted them with a smile. "Brother Chu, long time no see. Please come in." Wu Xiang, who was Chu Hezheng, said with a smile, "You don't have to be so polite with me. Please come in." Seeing Ling Shiqi, Yu Ruifeng said, "Oh. This little brother must be Brother Chu's disciple Lu Xingji." "Ha, it's my disciple Lu Xingji. Why don't you greet the seniors?" Wu Xiang said to Ling Shiqi. Ling Shiqi immediately cupped his hands and said, "Junior Lu Xingji greets Martial Uncle Yu and seniors." Yu Ruifeng and the others stared at Ling Shiqi for a few seconds, and then he exclaimed, nephew, you have the cultivation of middle-stage spiritual pulse realm at such a young age. It's true that a famous teacher produces a brilliant disciple. Ha ha ha. Wu Xiang laughed and said, it's not worth mentioning. My disciple still has a lot to learn. Hearing this, Yu Ruifeng's eyes flashed with a trace of shrewdness, and he said with a smile, Brother Chu, nephew, let's talk in the hall. They chatted and laughed as they walked into the hall. Ling Shiqi followed them silently. Everyone took their seats and chatted for a while. Ling Shiqi found that Yu Ruifeng didn't seem to be pretending to smile at Wu Xiang, but was really enthusiastic. Wu Xiang saw that the small talk was almost over, so he began to talk about the main topic. Brother Yu, I'm ashamed to say this, but I actually have a request for you this time. Yu Ruifeng didn't look surprised. He had already guessed what was going on the moment he saw Ling Shiqi. Brother Chu, what are you talking about? If there's anything you want, just say it. As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely agree. Ling Shiqi was a little surprised. He didn't know what kind of magic potion Yu Ruifeng had fed him, but he agreed without even hearing the request. This matter is related to my good-for-nothing disciple. Wu Xiang pointed at Ling Shiqi and said, my disciple's cultivation is barely passable, but he still lacks a lot of training. I came this time to find an opportunity for him to gain experience. He came to find an opportunity to gain experience, but he came to the Dark Thunder Guard. The meaning of Wu Xiang's words was very obvious. At this time, the eyes of the 4 inspectors flashed. The Dark Thunder Guard was not a place that anyone could enter casually. The Dark Thunder Guard's duty was to monitor the world, so the most basic requirement to enter the Dark Thunder Guard was to have a clean background. Even your 3 generations of ancestors will be thoroughly investigated. Anyone who has the slightest bit of criminal past will not be allowed to enter. It didn't matter how good your talent was or how high your cultivation was. The first requirement of the Dark Thunder Guard was to be completely loyal to the royal family. Wu Xiang's request could be said to be easy, but it could also be said to be difficult. The main thing was to see if Lu Xingji's identity was clean enough. If his background was clean, it didn't matter if he did a favor. If there were some traces of his background, it wouldn't be easy to handle. However, what the 4 inspectors didn't expect was that Yu Ruifeng would agree to it so easily. He said, I thought it was something important. Brother Chu came in person for such a small matter. Actually, you only need to send a letter. The 4 inspectors were all shrewd people, but at this time, they couldn't help showing traces of shock. In their impression, Yu Ruifeng was an extremely strict person. How could he agree to Chu Hezhen's request so easily? Letting Ling Shiqi enter the Dark Thunder Guard without asking or investigating was against the rules of the Dark Thunder Guard. It was also inconsistent with Yu Ruifeng's usual style. What was the relationship between Yu Ruifeng and Chu Hezhen? It wasn't just them, even Ling Shiqi thought the same. Wu Xiang said, I won't make things difficult for Brother Yu. Brother Yu can investigate my disciple's background as you wish. I won't break the rules of the Dark Thunder Guard. Yu Ruifeng said with a smile, let's not talk about this for now. I see that nephew has the cultivation of the middle stage of the Spirit Pulse realm. It's a bit of a waste of talent to just be a Dark Thunder Guard. By the way, do you have any empty inspectors under your rule? The 4 inspectors almost sprained their tongues. They began to wonder if Yu Ruifeng had said something wrong. Inspector. That was a position that only the Spirit Aperture realm had the qualifications to hold. Not only did the cultivation have to be high enough, but they also had to have the corresponding ability and experience. Hearing Yu Ruifeng's words, he wanted Lu Xingji to directly be an inspector. One of them said carefully, Lord Yu, nephew Lu has such a cultivation at such a young age. It's amazing. However, if he becomes an inspector with the cultivation of the Spirit Pulse realm, I'm afraid there will be people who won't accept it. Yu Ruifeng glanced at him and said coldly, Duan Chun, are you questioning my decision? Duan Chun immediately stood up and said, this subordinate doesn't dare. Didn't your North County lose a supervisor not long ago? Why don't you let nephew Lu replace him? Yu Ruifeng's tone was normal this time, but there was an unquestionable meaning in it. This subordinate understands. This subordinate will go prepare the transfer order. Duan Chun said and left. Yu Ruifeng turned to Wu Xiang and said, Brother Chu, are you satisfied? Wu Xiang said happily, Brother Yu is too serious. It's good enough that my disciple has a chance to gain experience. I'm afraid he won't be able to take up the position of inspector. I see that nephew Lu isn't a fish in a pond. A mere inspector is nothing. Xingji, why aren't you thanking Marshal Uncle Yu? Leng Shiqi was just about to stand up when Yu Ruifeng pressed his hand down. A gentle force pressed him back down. Yu Ruifeng said, Brother Chu, you're being too polite. It's not worth mentioning. By the way, tonight we brothers won't go home until we're drunk. Okay, we won't go home until we're drunk. Late at night, Leng Shiqi supported the drunk Wu Xiang back to the room Yu Ruifeng arranged for them. As soon as they entered the room, Wu Xiang raised his hand and set up an isolation restriction. He didn't look drunk at all. Chapter 303. Leng Shiqi saw that Wu Xiang's expression wasn't good and had many questions. For example, what was the relationship between Wu Xiang and Yu Ruifeng? But he didn't ask. If he could find out, Wu Xiang would naturally tell him. Wu Xiang said calmly, Originally, with your cultivation, you were the most suitable person to be the Dark Lightning envoy. Even if you came in through the back door, others wouldn't say anything. But Yu Ruifeng directly arranged for you to be the supervisor. The supervisor is a position with real power. Even normal spirit aperture realm cultivators may not have the qualifications to take up this position. He wants to push you into the teeth of the storm. Once you can't hold this position, you won't be able to stay in the Dark Lightning Guards. This way, he has returned my favor and didn't break the rules of the Dark Lightning Guards. His move of retreating in order to advance is really brilliant. At this point, Wu Xiang changed the topic, but he definitely didn't expect you to be able to sit in this position. You also have to sit tight. Leng Shiqi knew that this matter was of great importance. Since he had already chosen the Dark Lightning Guards, he could only follow this path to the end. Even if taking over the supervisor position would bring him endless pressure and trouble, he had to endure it. Disciple understands. Seeing Leng Shiqi's attitude, Wu Xiang nodded his head in satisfaction. Yu Ruifeng will definitely investigate your background, and he will even turn it upside down. But you don't have to worry, he won't find anything. Tomorrow, you can take the transfer order and take up the position. Master believes in your ability and will of course support you. Take this first. Wu Xiang took out a mustard seed bag and gave it to Leng Shiqi. Leng Shiqi used his mental power to check it and was immediately stunned. This mustard seed bag was filled with cultivation resources. Just the third transformation spirit pills alone had a total of 30 pills, each of which was worth several hundred spirit stones. In addition, there were 5,000 spirit stones and all kinds of pills that spirit aperture realm cultivators could use. And what made Leng Shiqi the most happy was that there were cultivation methods and spiritual skills inside. The cultivation method was called Amorphous Truth and was a rank 4 cultivation method. Their spiritual skills were only at the 3rd level, but there were many of them. Sword techniques, saber techniques, finger techniques, leg techniques, staff techniques. This included 18 types of weapons and all types of spiritual techniques. There were even spiritual techniques and illusions. In total, there were over 23rd stage spiritual skills. Leng Shiqi secretly swallowed his saliva. He had never seen so many spiritual techniques in front of him, and all of them were real. He actually felt like he had made a windfall. Wu Xiang said, since you're Chu Hezheng's disciple, your techniques should have some traces of your master. These are spiritual techniques that I often used when I was young. You can use them as you wish. I also know that your perception is extremely high, and I believe that you will be able to cultivate it very quickly. That is why I am giving it to you now. With these, there is no possibility of your identity being exposed. In addition, it will be difficult for you to secure the position of supervisor by yourself. Wu Xiang took out a blood-red token and said, of course, the Blood Cloak Pavilion won't just throw you into the Dark Thunder Guard. Your only mission in the Dark Thunder Guard is to climb up by hook or by crook. The higher you climb, the better. Yu Ruifeng gave you the position of supervisor, which is also a great opportunity for you. You must remember that you are not fighting alone. The Blood Cloak Pavilion is your backing. With this silver-striped Blood Kill token, you can mobilize anyone under the golden-striped Blood Cloak Assassin in the Western Desolate Province. You can also mobilize the entire intelligence network in the Western Desolate Province. Hiss. Hearing this, Leng Shiqi couldn't help but inwardly take in a cold breath. With this token, he could mobilize any Spirit Aperture Realm assassin as well as a huge intelligence network. This was a great power. In the Western Desolate Province, his power was probably second only to the head of the pavilion. However, Leng Shiqi also knew that the Blood Cloak Pavilion gave him such great power, and he also had a great responsibility. Although Wu Xiang didn't say what the Blood Seed plan was, Leng Shiqi could guess that the Blood Cloak Pavilion wanted him to climb up to the position of Dark Thunder Guard commander. Not only him, there was also Delta Origi, Yushu, and Xiong Ming. Sooner or later, the three of them would be arranged into different forces. With the secret support of the Blood Cloak Pavilion, they could quickly rise up to the top. In the future, the four of them would very likely be in charge of a powerful force. At that time, they would have the opportunity to help the Blood Cloak Pavilion break the deadlock and soar to the top. This was the Blood Seed plan. You are a smart person. This is all I have to say. As for where you can climb in the future, it will depend on your own ability. Wu Xiang then removed the isolation restriction and went back to his room to rest. Leng Shiqi also went back to his room. The first thing he did was to use his unlimited skill points to learn all the cultivation methods and spiritual skills. And all of them were cultivated to the Great Perfection realm. With so many spiritual skills, not only did Leng Shiqi's combat power increase, but it also gave him more possibilities to fuse spiritual skills. Then, he began to plan in his mind how he could secure his position as a supervisor. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Not only Leng Shiqi, but in Lanqi City, hundreds of miles away, there were also 4 people who could not sleep. They were sitting in a circle with gloomy expressions. The atmosphere was very solemn. They were the Dark Lightning envoys of the West Desolate Province's North County. They were all in the spiritual pulse realm. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation was a gray-haired old man in his 60s or 70s. He was in the 8th level of the spiritual pulse realm. The 2 people sitting on his left and right were in the middle stage of the spiritual pulse realm. Opposite him was an early-stage spiritual pulse realm cultivator. You all know the news from the West Desolate Province's headquarters, right? The old man's voice was a bit harsh. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Every branch of the Dark Thunder Guard had a sound transmission array, which was used to transmit information quickly. Not long ago, they all knew that a new supervisor would be appointed in a few days. The person on the right of the old man said, "Brother Gongsun Bing, could it be that the headquarters sent the wrong news?" Gongsun Bing said in annoyance, "How can the news from the great supervisor be fake?" "Qiu Cheng, are you questioning the great supervisor?" Qiu Cheng was inexplicably rebuked and did not say anything. The tall and sturdy man opposite him said, "Brother Gongsun, why did the higher-ups send us a spiritual pulse realm middle-stage supervisor? Even if Lanqi City is very remote, this is too perfunctory. If a spiritual pulse realm cultivator can be a supervisor, Brother Gongsun, you are the most suitable." Finally, the early-stage spiritual pulse realm cultivator said, "Brother Pang Yuan is right." Sigh. Gongsun Bing sighed deeply and said, "I specially paid a high price to use a sound transmission array to contact a good friend in the West Desolate Province's headquarters. Only then did I know that the new supervisor was personally appointed by the patrol inspector Yu. It is said that someone used their connections to send him in. So he went in through the back door." The others immediately showed disdainful expressions. Chapter 304. Most of the people in the Dark Lightning Guards were selected and trained when they were young. Those who were able to stand out from the rest were those who had worked hard for themselves. Take Gong Sun Bing for example. He had been in the Dark Lightning Guards for more than 30 years. He was very senior and had high prestige. He was quite famous around Mist City. But he was still a Dark Lightning envoy and not a supervisor. It was because his cultivation was not high enough. This was the rule of the Dark Lightning Guards, so he had nothing to say. But now, there was someone whose cultivation was lower than his, who had no foundation or qualifications, to be the supervisor, his superior. This made him feel very unconvinced in his heart. Especially since the previous supervisor had died in an accident during a mission and the headquarters hadn't sent a new supervisor yet. The cities around Mist City were all under his jurisdiction. He could be considered to have experienced the power of a supervisor, and even sought a lot of personal benefits from it. But now, he had to hand over all these rights to someone who was far inferior to him. Thus, he had other thoughts. Gong Sun Bing looked at the other three and said, Lu Xingji will be taking over in a few days. What do you all plan to do? What do we do? Qiu Qing said, what else can we do? Just do what we usually do. But when he spoke, his eyes darted around, not daring to look directly at Gong Sun Bing. Gong Sun Bing sneered and said, Qiu Qing, you're right. Then, are you going to keep those resources that you keep for yourself? Qiu Cheng's expression changed instantly. Gong Sun Bing continued, you want to hide this little trick from my eyes? I'm just taking into account that you're a senior and have worked hard even if you didn't make any contributions. It's fine to take some small advantages. What I'm more curious about is whether the new supervisor will mind it or not. Qiu Cheng's expression changed again and again. He immediately put on a smile and said, hey, what new supervisor? This little brother will definitely support brother Gong Sunday. He could tell that Gong Sun Bing didn't seem to want to hand over his power. He wanted to make this new supervisor a mere figurehead. Qiu Qing felt that since Lu Xingji could become the supervisor, this person might not have any ability, but he definitely had a background. He didn't want to offend him. But now that Gong Sun Bing had something on him, it was no longer up to him. One of the duties of the Dark Thunder Guards was to monitor corruption. His actions had also violated a great taboo. If he was exposed, he would be severely punished. He might even lose his cultivation and be expelled from the Dark Thunder Guards. Gong Sun Bing nodded satisfactorily. Among the 4 Dark Lightning envoys, Peng Yuan had always been his follower. As for Qiao Qian, who had just become a Dark Lightning envoy, he had never placed him in his eyes. Qiu Cheng was the only one he couldn't control. Now that he had tied him to the same boat, he didn't have any worries. Then he said, that's good. Let's make arrangements for the next few days and prepare to welcome the new supervisor. 5 days later, there were 70 to 80 people gathered in front of the Dark Thunder Manor. They were all Dark Thunder Guards who were in charge of monitoring the surrounding cities. These people were usually scattered to carry out all kinds of missions. Today, they were gathered here to welcome the new supervisor. Not long after, Leng Shiqi arrived in front of the Dark Thunder Manor in Mist Chi City wearing a black robe embroidered with thunder patterns. Everyone saw the fire pattern on his shoulder, which was the sign of a supervisor. They knew that he was the new supervisor. Gong Sun Bing led everyone to welcome him and said in unison, greetings, supervisor. This was the first time Leng Shiqi saw Gong Sun Bing and the others. He immediately sensed their cultivation. He was quite curious as to how they knew he would enter the city today. Leng Shiqi took out his transfer order and said to Gong Sun Bing, who was standing at the front, this is the transfer order. You can take a look. Gong Sun Bing smiled and said, you must be joking. How can the transfer order be fake? Your humble servant Gong Sun Bing greets you. The 3 people behind him also cupped their fists and said, your humble servant Qiu Cheng. Peng Yuan. Qiao Qian. Even the dozens of Dark Thunder Guards behind him said in unison, greetings, supervisor. Ling Shiqi said indifferently, you don't have to be so polite. Gong Sun Bing saw Ling Shiqi's indifferent appearance and couldn't figure out his temperament. However, this didn't change his plan. He seemed to be relieved and said, Lan Chi City finally welcomes a supervisor. With a spirit aperture realm expert in charge, many things will be much easier. Gong Sun Bing immediately used Ling Shiqi's cultivation to make an issue out of it. Ling Shiqi's cultivation was at the 5th level of the Spirit Pulse realm. It was a joke for him to be a supervisor at this level. He specially gathered all the Dark Thunder guards nearby just to see Ling Shiqi make a fool of himself. In his opinion, Ling Shiqi's cultivation couldn't be faked. The Spirit Pulse realm was the Spirit Pulse realm. He had to admit this point. Once Ling Shiqi revealed his cultivation, the Dark Thunder guards would definitely be in an uproar. As the new supervisor, he would instantly lose all his prestige. Ling Shiqi looked coldly at Gong Sun Bing. He knew that the other party was trying to intimidate him. Normal Dark Thunder guards didn't know about the supervisor's transfer, but Gong Sun Bing and the other 4 Dark Thunder guards definitely knew about it in advance. Now that Gong Sun Bing mentioned Ling Shiqi's cultivation, his purpose was obvious. Ling Shiqi only said one word, oh. Oh. What oh? Gong Sun Bing was stunned. What kind of answer was this? In his expectations, Ling Shiqi might fly into a rage in front of everyone, or he might feel ashamed, or he might just remain silent. However, he didn't expect to get an oh. Ling Shiqi said again, won't you let me in? Gong Sun Bing shivered and hurriedly said, this humble one has been rude. Sir, this way please. The 5 of them came to the conference hall. As for the others, they dispersed. Ling Shiqi sat on the main seat and said, you are all Dark Thunder guards of Mist City's Dark Thunder Manor. You have worked hard and have a lot of experience. I'm new here, so I don't know much about the Dark Lightning guards and Misty Chi City. Therefore, I'll still need your guidance in the future. When Qiu Cheng heard this, he felt that this new supervisor didn't seem like a difficult person to get along with. He thought to himself, maybe he knows that his cultivation isn't high, so he doesn't dare to be overbearing. Among the 4 of them, only the youngest, Xiao Qian, nodded in response to Ling Shiqi. Gong Sun Bing then said, Sir, what are you saying? We don't dare to give guidance. If you have anything to say, just tell us. Okay, then is there anything around Mist City that requires my attention recently? Gong Sun Bing shook his head and said, Sir, everything has been calm recently. There's nothing that requires your attention. Hearing this, Ling Shiqi sneered in his heart. Chapter 305. Ling Shiqi was not unprepared before coming here and on the way here. Although Lan Chi City was located in the north of the West Wilderness Prefecture, it was much more remote compared to the West Wilderness City. However, there were several trade routes that connected to the 6 nations of the West Wilderness near Lan Chi City. Therefore, people from various nations came and went in the cities around Lan Chi City, making it easy for spies to sneak in and cause trouble. Moreover, it had been more than half a month since the previous supervisor of Lan Chi City died in the line of duty. There should be a lot of things piled up in the Dark Thunder Guard. Yet, Gong Sun Bing said that there was nothing for him to deal with. This wasn't just a show of strength, but a figurehead. Are you sure there's nothing at all? Ling Shiqi asked again. Gong Sun Bing nodded with certainty. Ling Shiqi looked at the other 3 and saw that they had the same reaction. Ha, Ling Shiqi laughed, that's good. Looks like I'll have an easy time in the future. It's our duty to share your worries, Lord, Gong Sun Bing said with a meaningful tone. Ling Shiqi said, all right, I'm a little tired from the journey. You guys can leave first. Seeing Ling Shiqi's attitude, Gong Sun Bing secretly smiled and left with the other 3. This ending was within Gong Sun Bing's expectations. As a Spirit Pulse Realm supervisor, Ling Shiqi didn't have the strength, experience, or prestige. He really didn't know whether to turn hostile or not. In the end, he could only remain silent. From today onwards, he, Gong Sun Bing, would be the supervisor of the several cities around Lan Chi City. After walking out of the conference hall, Pang Yuan immediately said excitedly, "Big brother Gong Sun, from today onwards, you're in charge of Lan Chi City's Dark Thunder Manor." Gong Sun Bing smiled, "You can't say that. After all, we still have to listen to the supervisor." Ha ha ha. As for Leng Shiqi, he sat on the main seat with a cold expression on his face, and he sat there for half a day. It wasn't until evening that he went to the supervisor's courtyard and immediately summoned Gong Sun Bing. When Gong Sun Bing received the summons, he was a little confused. He didn't know what Leng Shiqi wanted to do. However, he was full of confidence. Now that the entire Dark Thunder Manor belonged to him, what was there to be afraid of? I would like to see what kind of tricks this Lu Xingji can play. Not long after, Gong Sun Bing walked into Leng Shiqi's study and saw Leng Shiqi playing with a dagger. The dagger flashed with cold light from time to time. Gong Sun Bing smiled inwardly. This supervisor was so idle. He cupped his hands and said, "Lord Lu, may I know why you called this lowly one?" Leng Shiqi put down the dagger after a few breaths, as if he had just noticed Gong Sun Bing's arrival. He said, "Nothing, I just have a small favor to ask of you." "Sir, what are your orders?" Gong Sun Bing was also very confused. He didn't know what Leng Shiqi was planning. Leng Shiqi picked up a letter on the table and said, "This letter, I'll have to trouble you to personally deliver it to Lord Yu." Deliver a letter? Gong Sun Bing was naturally unhappy. Delivering a letter was such a small thing for an experienced Dark Thunder envoy to do. However, he couldn't refuse immediately. Because this letter was for Yu Ruifeng. This was the boss of all the Dark Thunder Guards in the Western Desolate Prefecture. An ordinary Dark Thunder Guard might not even see this supervisor in their lifetime. If he could see Yu Ruifeng and leave a good impression, he would benefit a lot. To be honest, he really wanted to go. However, on second thought, Leng Shiqi was personally appointed by Yu Ruifeng. This meant that their relationship wasn't shallow. Today, he had just shown his power to Leng Shiqi, and now he was going to deliver a letter. The reason why he dared to make Leng Shiqi a figurehead was because his cultivation wasn't high, and because the emperor was far away here. The headquarters rarely cared about matters here. The contents of this letter wouldn't be a complaint against him, right? But then again, although Leng Shiqi was made a figurehead by them, he was still a supervisor on the surface. If he were to reject this matter, it would be equivalent to him being accused of disobeying his honor's order. To deliver or not to deliver? Gong Sun Bing hesitated. Leng Shiqi wasn't in a hurry. He played with the dagger again and waited patiently. After a while, Gong Sun Bing nodded and said, "Since Sir has given the order, how could I dare to disobey?" Being able to see Yu Ruifeng was an opportunity. He didn't want to give it up. This trip to the Western Desolate City, he could also carefully inquire about Leng Shiqi's background. As for the contents of the letter, he could change it however he wanted. There was no shortage of people in the Dark Thunder Guards who could imitate handwriting. Very good. This matter is very urgent. Pack up and set off. Now. Gong Sun Bing was slightly surprised. Leng Shiqi said with a serious face, "The sooner the better. Thank you for your hard work." "Okay, I will go and prepare." Gong Sun Bing turned and left. But what he didn't know was that Leng Shiqi looked at his back with a murderous look in his eyes. After Gong Sun Bing left Leng Shiqi's room, he didn't rush to set off. Instead, he called Qiu Cheng and the others over and told them about the letter. Qiu Cheng said, "Brother Gong Sun, this Lu Xingji wants to send you away." Gong Sun Bing sneered and said, How can I not see through such a small trick? If I'm not wrong, Lu Xingji will definitely contact you tomorrow. Remember, there is no room for negotiation between us. You should all know what to do." Gong Sun Bing glanced at the three people, and finally his eyes fell on Qiu Cheng. Qiu Cheng immediately said, "Brother Gong Sun, don't worry. Since we are all in the same boat, I know what to do." Gong Sun Bing continued, I will set off as soon as possible. I will be back in 7 or 8 days. Just pretend that he doesn't exist for the next few days. After that, he quickly left the city with a trusted aide. This trusted aide was someone who was good at imitating other people's handwriting. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared in Leng Shiqi's room. Leng Shiqi was very calm. He said, "Thousand Face. Western Baron State Branch, black-striped blood-clothed assassin Thousand Face. Greetings, sir." The person who came was a black-striped blood-clothed assassin. Thousand Face was the helper that Leng Shiqi transferred from the Western Baron State Branch. But he was still on a mission and just arrived. Leng Shiqi stood up straight and said, "You came at the right time. Imitate me." Pink ripples of light appeared around Thousand Face, and immediately after, an identical Leng Shiqi appeared. Leng Shiqi circled Thousand Face twice and exclaimed, "Wonderful. Even I almost couldn't see through it. There are still flaws. Thousand Face is not good enough. Please forgive me, sir." Leng Shiqi ordered, "This is enough. Tonight, you will replace me here. If things go well, I will be back tomorrow morning." Thousand Face obeys. Then Leng Shiqi's body sank into the ground. Tonight, he was going to kill someone. Chapter 306. The moonlight tonight was very beautiful. Under the moonlight, 2 horses were galloping on the official road. The 2 people on the horses were Gongsun Bing and his trusted aide, Hang Su. If a spirit pulse realm cultivator were to run at full speed, their speed would not be slower than a horse. However, galloping for such a long distance was naturally not possible. At this moment, Gongsun Bing stopped his horse. "Hang Su, let's sleep nearby tonight and rest for a few hours." "Yes, Lord Gongsun." Hang Su led the horse to the side and began to prepare the things for the camp as if she was familiar with it. For the Dark Thunder Guards, sleeping in the wilderness at night was very normal. They were already used to it. Soon, Hang Su set up a simple tent and said, "Lord Gongsun, you rest first. I'll keep watch." Gongsun Bing had a lot on his mind and didn't chat with Hang Su. He nodded and sat down in the tent. At this moment, he had a faint feeling that something was wrong. Everything was going too smoothly. It was true that he intended to make the new supervisor a figurehead, but in his original plan, this was something that would be done slowly, like peeling silk from a cocoon. However, Leng Shiqi's attitude today was as if he had given up. At first, Gongsun Bing felt that Leng Shiqi was too young. However, the fact that Leng Shiqi had asked him to deliver the letter showed that Leng Shiqi still had some shrewdness. Thinking about the letter, Gongsun Bing took out the letter Leng Shiqi gave him from his mustard seed bag. He didn't hesitate to open the letter. There wasn't much content in the letter, so Gongsun Bing quickly finished reading it. He let out a cold snort. As I expected, it really is a letter of complaint. To use such childish methods, it's really childish. After reading the letter, the worry in Gongsun Bing's heart dissipated. It turned out that the new supervisor, Lu Xingji, didn't have any real ability. He carefully thought about it for a while and felt that there wouldn't be any problems even if he left for a few days, so he began to cultivate. Hang Su had been patrolling the surroundings. Woo-woo, after an unknown period of time, Hang Su suddenly heard a faint sobbing sound in her ears. Even though he was at the spirit transformation realm, his heart trembled when he heard this sound in the middle of the night in the wilderness. He immediately looked around vigilantly, but there was no one in his field of vision. Did I hear wrongly? However, just as he was doubting himself, the sobbing sound appeared again, and it was right next to his ear. Hang Su instantly turned around, but there was still no one behind him. However, the fact that there was no one there made Hang Su turn pale with fright. Because Gongsun Bing was also gone. Hang Su was dumbfounded. Gongsun Bing was less than 10 zhang away from him, and there was even a simple tent set up by him. However, at this time, his surroundings were desolate. There was nothing. All he did was turn around. What was going on? At this moment, he suddenly felt an extreme chill, as if the vitality in his body was rapidly disappearing. Hang Su opened his mouth and wanted to cry for help, but unfortunately, he didn't even have the strength to make a sound. Meanwhile, Gong Sun Bing suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Hang Su, who was standing not far away, and then glanced around, but he didn't find anything abnormal. Huh? That's strange. I clearly sensed a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation just now. How did it disappear all of a sudden? Gong Sun Bing murmured. As a veteran of the Dark Thunder Guards, he wasn't a fool. He was very good at capturing spirit force and sensing danger. Hang Su. Gong Sun Bing called out his name. Lord Gong Sun, what are your orders? Hang Su replied, but his body didn't move. Gong Sun Bing said, nothing. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. It stood to reason that if he called Hang Su would definitely come over. What's more, although it was Hang Su's voice, the direction it came from was a bit off. Just at this moment, a huge wave of spiritual energy appeared beneath him. Immediately, cold air and hot waves of fire intertwined and gushed out from the ground, directly swallowing Gong Sun Bing. A demon-like figure suddenly appeared. It was Ling Shiqi, who was wearing the demonic beast blood rune armor. Being affected by this side, Hang Su's body was also shaken to the ground. At this moment, he was already dead. To deal with such a spirit transformation realm cultivator, Ling Shiqi only used illusions to silently take his life. Although Gong Sun Bing was aware of the danger, he didn't expect that the person who ambushed him was actually a spirit caster. Under the sweeping of the ice and fire tornado, everything within a radius of 20 to 30 feet was destroyed. Some places on the ground were charred black, while others were covered in a layer of ice crystals. Gong Sun Bing's hands were flying around, each palm containing the power of Vajra Mountain, blocking the power of ice and fire. Ling Shiqi didn't expect to kill an 8th-level Spirit Pulse Realm cultivator in one move. He opened his 10 fingers and 10 bloodlines shot out. Each bloodline condensed blood chi and aimed at Gong Sun Bing's vital points. Gong Sun Bing's expression couldn't help but change. However, what shocked him even more was that the person who was standing in front of him just now had disappeared. But now that he was surrounded by the power of ice and fire, and there were 10 blood-red fingers shooting towards him, he didn't have the spare energy to look for his opponent. Gong Sun Bing suddenly clasped his hands together and a thick golden light appeared. The golden light immediately forced back all the ice and fire power. He slammed his palms down and the golden light condensed into a huge palm that slammed down, directly shattering all the bloodlines. However, Gong Sun Bing wasn't happy at all. He knew that the most dangerous thing had yet to appear. He hurriedly turned around and formed a seal with his hands. Layers of golden light protected his body. However, there was still no one around him. Who is this expert? Are you willing to show yourself? He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He had to maintain the seal and it consumed a large amount of spirit energy every second. If this dragged on, he would be the one to die first. Since you don't want to meet me, I will take my leave first. Gong Sun Bing decided to leave. This place was very close to Mist Chi City. As long as he was near the city, he would be safe. However, he didn't understand who would come to assassinate him. There were very few people who knew that he had left the city. At this moment, a voice answered him, "Have a safe journey." Gong Sun Bing was shocked when he heard these words. He wasn't surprised by the meaning of these words, but because the owner of this voice was actually Lu Xingji. Immediately, a cold blade aura appeared in front of his eyes. It was as if there was only this blade aura in this world. The blade aura flashed and instantly tore apart the golden light around him. After that, he saw a headless corpse. It was his own body. Chapter 307. Early the next morning, a servant knocked on Ling Shiqi's door. He was here to deliver breakfast to Ling Shiqi. This person kept his head down the moment he entered the room. He planned to leave after placing the breakfast on the table, but before he left, he secretly glanced at Lin Shiqi. He thought to himself, I heard that this new supervisor's authority is about to be taken away. Looking at his tired face, he probably didn't sleep at all last night. Just as he was about to leave the room, Lin Shiqi's voice was heard, stop. Ah. That person's body immediately stiffened. He asked in a low voice, Sir, do you have any other orders? You're also a Dark Thunder Guard. Lin Shiqi's tone was very indifferent. It sounded like he wasn't in a good mood. No, this lowly one's cultivation is low. I'm only qualified to become a Dark Thunder Guard. Lin Shiqi saw that he was indeed only at the pure spirit realm. No wonder he was doing the work of a servant. He asked, what's your name? How long have you been here? This lowly one is Wei Guan. I've been in Dark Thunder Manor for 2 years. Wei Guan, you've been here for quite some time. Let me ask you a few questions. Wei Guan was shocked when he heard this. He was young and his cultivation wasn't high, but he had to go through many rounds of selection to become a reserve member of the Dark Thunder Guard. He immediately guessed that Lin Shiqi might ask him about Dark Thunder Manor. Wei Guan lowered his head so low that it almost touched the ground. Sir, this lowly one is only a servant. I don't know much about the manor. Lin Shiqi's tone was clearly a little angry. I haven't even asked and you're already saying you don't know. What, even you don't put this supervisor in your eyes? Wei Guan trembled and knelt on the ground. This lowly one doesn't dare. Even if this new supervisor didn't have any ability and had his authority taken away by Gong Sun Bing and the others, he was still a supervisor. In Misty Chi City, he was his immediate superior. Wei Guan was also in a difficult situation. How did he get involved in the fight between the people above? If he didn't answer the invigilator's question today and was killed, he wouldn't be able to reason with anyone. If he answered and Gong Sun Bing and the others found out about it, he would still be in trouble. Lin Shiqi's eyes flashed as he asked, what's the relationship between Gong Sun Bing, Peng Yuan, Qiu Cheng, and Xiao Qian? Hearing Lin Shiqi's question, Wei Guan let out a sigh of relief. This wasn't a secret, and almost everyone knew about it. He said, Gong Sun Bing is the most senior Dark Thunder envoy in the Dark Thunder Manor in the Mist Chi City. He has been here for about 20 years. Even the previous supervisor isn't as senior as him. Therefore, his prestige here was very high. He also had many trusted aides in the Dark Thunder Guards, including Peng Yuan, who had been groomed and promoted by him. Peng Yuan's temper was more straightforward, but he was also very straightforward. Qiu Qing could be considered a veteran, but his reputation among the Dark Thunder Guards wasn't very good, mainly because he was a little selfish. He actually disliked Peng Yuan. The two of them would occasionally exchange a few words, but there had never been any conflict between them. As for Xiao Qian, he only became a Dark Thunder envoy after breaking through to the Spirit Pulse realm half a year ago. He's the most junior and usually keeps a low profile. He's kind to people, even to servants like us. Speaking of this, Wei Guan looked up at Lin Shiqi. Lin Shiqi waved his hand and said, you may leave. Wei Guan immediately wanted to leave as if he had been pardoned, but Lin Shiqi said, tell Peng Yuan and the others to meet me in the meeting hall. Wei Guan's heart tightened. He had just finished talking about the Dark Thunder envoys. Why did Lin Shiqi want to rush them? However, this wasn't something he could worry about, so he immediately nodded and left. After a while, Lin Shiqi sat on the main seat in the meeting hall. His right hand's fingers casually tapped the armrest, making ta-ta sounds. Peng Yuan and the others sitting below had different expressions. Peng Yuan had an impatient expression. Qiu Cheng's eyes flashed. Last night, he had guessed that Lin Shiqi would find them today. Now, it had come true. However, what he did not understand was that Lin Shiqi had called them here without saying a word. What did this mean? Xiao Qian sat expressionlessly. Just like that, another hour passed. Lin Shiqi was still tapping the armrest. When the sound reached Peng Yuan's ears, it made him even more annoyed. He was not someone who could sit down. At this time, he finally could not help but ask. Lord Supervisor, what is the matter with you? If there is nothing else, this lowly subordinate will leave first. Leng Shiqi glanced at him and said coolly, this supervisor hasn't even spoken yet. When is it your turn to speak? You. Pang Yuan immediately became angry. He stood up, but he suddenly remembered that Gong Sun Bing had said before leaving to pretend Leng Shiqi did not exist. Pang Yuan swallowed back the words in his mouth. Unexpectedly, Leng Shiqi murmured, it's just a dog of Gong Sun Bing. Lu, what did you say? Pang Yuan's anger that he had just suppressed exploded in an instant. He pointed at Leng Shiqi's nose and shouted angrily. When Qiu Qing saw this, he secretly knew that things were bad. He could tell that Leng Shiqi was deliberately targeting Pang Yuan today. Now that Pang Yuan had taken the bait, what would Leng Shiqi do? However, to everyone's surprise, Leng Shiqi laughed. Pang Yuan could not help but be taken aback. His expression became even uglier. What are you laughing at? Leng Shiqi did not answer him. What answered him was a huge devil flame palm. The 6-yang poisonous fire palm slammed out. The violent palm wind instantly overturned all the tables and chairs in the room. The raging devil flame spread out waves of heat, making people feel as if they had fallen into a fiery hell. How could Pang Yuan expect Leng Shiqi to suddenly attack him? In a hurry, he only had time to pull out a spirit saber. His saber aura was like a turbulent wave. The saber aura that appeared suddenly had a terrifying power. However, before he could slash out with his saber, the 6-yang poisonous fire palm had already arrived. Pang Yuan's cultivation was similar to Leng Shiqi's. They were both at the 5th level of the spirit pulse realm. However, Leng Shiqi had multiple high-level cultivation methods. His spiritual power was mutated and he had even opened 10 spirit pulses. Just his foundation alone was much stronger than Pang Yuan's. Under this palm, Pang Yuan was directly sent flying. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood in mid-air and slammed heavily onto the ground. There was a faint devil flame burning on his body and inside, causing his body to spasm. Leng Shiqi did not show mercy. He stretched out 4 fingers and 4 thunder-like finger forces shot out, leaving 4 bloody holes in Pang Yuan's limbs. Pang Yuan's head tilted and he completely fainted. Qiu Qing and Xiao Qian were both stunned. They were even more horrified. Leng Shiqi's instant explosion and crippled Pang Yuan, who was at the 5th level of the spirit pulse realm, in 2 moves shocked them greatly. You have no respect for your seniors and offended your superiors. You deserve it. Men, take him away. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.